La vi llegar, sexy me miró. Oh, oh, muy sensacional. Ey, ey, me cautivó, me descontroló. Hoy vuelvo a la vida, ve lo que tu mamá te dio. Prende en fuego tu faldita, suéltate el pelo. Yo sé que tú quieres, bañémonos en sudor. Ven, bailame, no me digas que no. Hoy vuelvo a la vida, ve lo que tu mamá te dio. Prende en fuego tu faldita, suéltate el pelo. Yo sé que tú quieres, bañémonos en sudor. Ven, bailame, no me digas que no. Dale, pégate, agárrate, comienza a romper cintura. Demuestra, muévete, sacude el cuerpo con locura. Se suelta el ritmo, rompe la cintura. Rico se siente tu calentada. Pégate, agárrate, comienza a romper cintura. Demuestra, muévete, sacude el cuerpo con locura. Se suelta el ritmo, rompe la cintura. Rico se siente tu calentura.
Tú me llevas al cielo, luces de caramelo, mueve esa cadera, suéltate el pelo, demuestra que usted es la que rompe el suelo. Ya estoy listo para el duelo, otra como tú yo nunca he visto ninguna. Contigo compartiría toda mi fortuna. Si fuera por mí me hago cargo de ti, no vamos a vivir por la luna. Tú tienes algo entre lo irreal, lo sobrenatural, esa belleza que tú tienes, corazón especial. Me gusta tanto, tanto, tanto. Si aquí yo te tuviera no saldríamos del cuarto. Mueve tu cuerpo, que a mí se me paraliza todo el sistema. Tú eres perfecta, tú lo tienes todo, yo quiero que tú seas mi nena, baby. Tú me gusta tanto, tanto, tanto. Ya tú no te das cuenta que hasta yo tiemblo cuando yo canto.
Hoy vuelvo a la vida, ve lo que tu mamá te dio. Prende en fuego tu faldita, suéltate el pelo. Yo sé que tú quieres, bañémonos en sudor. Ven, bailame, no me digas que no. Hoy vuelvo a la vida, ve lo que tu mamá te dio. Prende en fuego.
W's in the chat. Let's fucking go, guys.
Yo sé que tú quieres, bañémonos en sudor. Ven, bailame.
Hope everybody's having a great afternoon. We're about to get this shit started, chat. I'm a little bit all over the place because really wasn't prepping today. I just want to wing it tonight. Got a few notes written down, a few topics I want to talk about, but it's not that deep, chat.
Pégate, agárrate, comienza a romper cintura.
Put some reggaeton on because yesterday Royalty said, yo, when are you going to drop some old school reggaeton? So I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight.
Que somos nosotros porque siempre mantenemos la esencia.
There's a song I wanted to find from like 2003, but I don't see it in here.
Coexistiendo entre ustedes, junto al científico Master Chris.
I'm gonna be playing around a little bit, chat. I had it in my album, but it's not here anymore. Katie Moore 150, thank you for joining the stream over there on Kick. See if I can find this song. It's not it either. See if I can find the fucking song. Yeah, they don't got the song, chat.
Ok, escucha, en la segunda ponchera. Ayer que la vi, mi corazón volvió.
This is an old throwback, but I can't find the song I was looking for. Old school fucking reggae.
Mi corazón volvió a sentir ese deseo.
Damn.
Que me llaman en la oscuridad, de repente me invitan a bailar.
Yeah, the song I'm looking for, they don't have it on here anymore.
Que me llaman en la oscuridad, de repente.
Where are you from? Panama. Katie Moore 150. How'd you find my channel? Curious.
Dime si hay tiempo más. Dime si hay tiempo para hacerlo una.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Ponte, vuélvete loca que hoy te toca.
I can't find the song.
Tommy Real the Voice.
Tommy Reels.
Sobrepasando los límites del asombro.
Sobrepasando los límites del sombro. This is not it either, though.
Quiero ser el motivo de tu sonrisa.
It's a good one, though.
Perfume Paris Hilton que con la brisa penetra cada parte de tu ser. Yo quiero hacerte mi mujer. Quiero ser lo que tus ojos quieren ver. Tu comida.
Damn, but they took the good song down, though. I don't see it anywhere in here.
Ese tocador donde te arreglas y te ves. He soñado contigo, como te explico. A escribirte versos ahora me dedico. A mi familia y amigos de ti le platico. Es que contigo yo me
From the UK. Sweet. How'd you find my stream, Katie?
Tu cartera de mano cuando vas a salir.
How'd you find my stream and what made you click on it? Those are the questions I really want to know. Or have you watched us in the past? Is this your first time in the stream? W's in the chat, guys. Let's fucking go. Your headphone is so cool. Thank you. Let's have a good stream tonight, chat.
Ese perfume Paris Hilton que con la brisa penetra cada parte de tu ser. Yo quiero hacerte mi mujer. Quiero ser eso más.
W's in the chat, guys. Okay, now you're going too crazy. Katie Moore, are you an artist? Are you a graphic artist? By the way, guys, if you're joining the stream, please make sure you smash that W button. And also make sure you hit the like button. That's the only way the YouTube algorithm picks up this stream. Yo, Ethan Wyatt, thank you for joining the stream, bro. We're just doing some chill vibes tonight, chat. Do you need a designer or editor? No, I don't, Katie Moore. That's why I asked you, because I didn't want you to waste my time if you're a designer. I'm so sick and tired of these designers, chat.
He soñado contigo, como te explico.
Let's go 3-3 tonight. Another W stream. Ethan, you know what time we're on. You know what time we're on. Tonight we gotta have a good one. I have a few things I want to talk about tonight, but I don't want the stream to feel too planned out. So we're just gonna go with the flow and see where we go with it tonight, right? Yesterday I did manage to get through all of the Discord videos, so we are completely free to go tonight.
Yo, bless.
I don't want to force it. I want to just go with the flow. Chill vibes. By the way, if you guys weren't aware, earlier today I did a little bit of a stream too. I did a little bit of a Fortnite stream earlier today. Imagine if your boy Oh man, it's so good that I don't smoke weed, because all this reggae, it got me in my feels right now, chat. Let's fucking go. Yo, Abdul, thank you for joining the stream, bro. What'd you say, babe?
Yo quería ser libre y tú eras la prisión, yeah.
Last song before we start. How about that, chat? I think maybe not. I don't know. Royalty was the one who said he wanted to hear some reggaeton. I don't know where he's at. I said come back. Make sure you come back at 6:30 on the dot. Don't leave me waiting here, buddy. Yo, Isabel, thank you for joining the stream. How are you doing today? Everything good with you? Drop a little bit of sesh on y'all.
Bendición se me cuida. Decía que por mí se moría. Pero veo que respiras.
W's in the chat. Otra mentira más. All good yourself. W music. Yeah, I'm just chilling. Yo, Royalty, thank you for joining the stream. He says, Shesh is from your part of the town. Yes. There was a song I wanted to play when I started the stream, Royalty, but I couldn't find it. They took it down. There's a song from Tommy Real. But I don't think it's on Apple Music anymore. If you guys are wondering why the hell does Scott use Apple Music, it's a long story, chat. It comes down to being cheap. It comes down to being a cheap MFer. But anyways, tonight I have a lot of things that I want to discuss with you guys, chat. There's a lot of things. The first thing I want to discuss, Trump, Venezuela. If you guys haven't been watching the news, it's about to get crazy right now, chat. That's first thing. Second thing I want to talk about is this fucking streamer that got killed in France. We'll get into it tonight. So it should be an interesting stream tonight, chat. I got a few notes written down, a few topics I want to talk about, but I also want the stream to feel organic, so I don't want to force these topics on you guys. But we do got some notes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how far we get into it. In the meantime, let's drop some W's in the chat, guy. Let's drop some W's in the chat, guys. It is time to blast off. Every single day we have a new genre of music. Crazy work. Your boy Scott's all over the place. Tonight we're going international, chat.
Sigo siendo el peluche.
En tu cama luce. Vámonos, logo. He says, what song from Tommy Real? The song was Solo en esta celda. Solo en esta celda is the song I was looking for. That's such a fucking good song, but it's gone. It's not on Apple Music anymore. I mean, I guess I can pull it up on freaking Google, right? On YouTube. Actually, I'll do that. I'll put it up on YouTube. Siempre me buscas cuando hay de pelea, me la hizo cambiar. Más rica que ayer. Peso Pluma the best. W's in the chat, chat. W's in the chat, chat. Yo, your boy Scott's tripping. Peso Pluma the best. All America only knows is Peso Pluma. W's in the chat, guys. How are you guys doing? Yo, Kanai, how are you doing so far, bro? Over there in Greece. Yo, this guy's in Greece, chat. Jesus Christ, dude. He's making me want to go travel. He's making me want to go, bro. God damn. Baby, pack your bags. We're going to Greece. Yo, Royalty, how was your day today, man? He says, Kanai, your ears need to be checked. Jesus, dude. Today I tried to do an early afternoon stream as well, if you guys didn't notice. I know some of you guys stopped by. Some of y'all saw that shit. We played a little bit of Fortnite. We did a little bit of Twitter comms. Chill vibes. But I had to cut it short. Hopefully tomorrow's a slow day. Actually, tomorrow I can't do that shit. I gotta go to the hospital with Bailey in the morning. Damn. He says, I stopped by because I saw the notifications. He says, love it. I got a tan like a MFer. Just chilling on the boat. Yo, this nigga's on a boat. Cuando hay de pelea, me la hizo cambiar. Más rica que ayer. Tú sabes querer. W's in the fucking chat, guys. Vámonos, mi gente. Bienvenidos al canal. Listo. Hasta la muerte, baby. W's in the fucking chat. He says, I was surprised. I'm gonna start doing more and more of those morning afternoon streams, royalty. Just chill vibes, not trying to have any too much pressure. Not trying to go on any pressure, just trying to have a good time. This is a classic. Tommy Real. Solo en esta celda, pensando en ti, amor, siempre estoy. Tal vez mañana venga, de olvidarme es mi condena. This is such a fucking classic, dude. You heard this one before, royalty? Such a fucking classic, dude. Tal vez mañana tengas que olvidarme es mi condena. Is, oh Lord, Scott can't sing. This is such a good fucking song, though. Noemi got COVID. Yo, I'm sorry to hear that, Noemi. Hope you recover fast.
No quisiera enterarme por otra boca, ni mucho menos por una carta, porque el hombre que venga después.
This is such a good song, chat. No way. Yo, W's in the chat for royalty. Royalty was the one who told me to let's play some old reggaeton. This is Dan. Yo, what's up? He says you don't know how to sing. Yo, Dan, thank you for joining the stream.
Hablo en serio.
Solo en esta celda, pensando en ti, amor, siempre estoy. Tal vez mañana tenga que olvidarme, es mi condena.
Dime lo que sientes.
Dime la verdad. Yo, Peso, thank you for joining the stream, bro. He says, my collection is big. He says, look at this dude. Yo, Abdul Kamara, thank you for joining the stream, bro. God damn, this is such a throwback, chat. This shit reminds me of when I was a fucking kid. En la casa de mi abuela escuchando esta plena. Let's fucking go. Such a fucking good song, chat. What a great way to start the goddamn stream. It's your boy, Scott Leonard, back at it again. Your favorite streamer's favorite fucking streamer. The biggest hater. The biggest pocket watcher. The Black Asmongold. The super villain. The voice and news outlet of the chronically unemployed. Hope you guys are doing okay, chat. Hope you guys are doing okay. I sure as hell am. I'm in a good mood, chat. Well rested. Like I said, when we end the stream early, we can start a new stream the next day with hella energy. And that's exactly what I'm doing today, chat. Your boy's well rested, in a good mood. It's time to fucking get lit and have a good stream. Why is this light so bright? I want this thing barely on. There we go. There we go, chat. Now I have a circle in my retina, burnt into my retina. Den says, don't worry, I will teach you how to sing. Yo, Den, thank you for joining the stream, bro. Kanai, thank you for joining the stream. Royalty, thank you for joining the stream. Abdul Kamara, thank you for joining the stream. Isabel, thank you for joining the stream. Yo, guys, thank you, everybody who's joining the stream. Hope you guys are having a great afternoon, dude. Fuck, chat, there's so much fucking shit going on. First of all, from now on, as I was saying, I'm going to be starting to stream early as hell as well, chat. Around 11 a.m. every single day to probably, I'm going to say 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just trying to rank up, get some people from the morning shift, and also have a backup plan for any emergency, any unforeseen event that might cause me not to stream in the afternoon. At least now I'll have not broken my record because at least I streamed in the day. But remember, chat, eventually we're going to start focusing on quality over quantity. The only reason I'm focusing so heavily on streaming every single day is because it's a personal goal. Once we reach that personal goal, then we are going to lock in and start focusing on the quality. By the way, this Saturday, Slick might stop by. He messaged me earlier. He might be stopping by. I'm really not sure if he's going to follow through or not. But if he does follow through and stop by, we're going to be doing Monkey App. So it's going to be a collaboration stream between me and our boy Slick on Monkey App, chat. We might do I don't know. We might do Omegle. It depends. It depends on which one. You know, tonight, I don't know if we're going to do any type of Monkey App activities, any monkeying around. You know, maybe we should do some monkeying around tonight because Bailey's going to be at work. And I know she doesn't like going on that app. So tomorrow, I don't want to stress her out by being on Monkey App while she's here. We'll see what we do, chat. He says, we're preparing for fatherhood. He said we're preparing. I mean, low-key, I got to prepare. I'd rather be prepared than get caught off guard. But I really think that I am going to be able to continue this journey, chat. Because more than anything, this is the journey. He says, too bad he's going to have no choice. Oh, my goodness. He says he don't like saying it out loud. Wait, saying what out loud? The fatherhood thing? No, I'm excited, chat. If I'm keeping it honest with you guys, I'm excited, guys. Yo, I'm finally going to be I finally reproduced, chat. Your boy Scott reproduced. Is that not crazy? You got niggas out here reproducing and shit. No one can say, yo, your boy Scott didn't reproduce. I fulfilled my life, the purpose of my existence. Fulfilled. That's the truth, though. Billy said I'm too much. That's the truth. The whole purpose of existing is to reproduce. So I fulfilled my obligation to the universe. I passed on my genes. Is that a crazy way of seeing it? Maybe, but it's reality. It's the truth. By the way, guys, I'm starting to get worried. These aliens might be on their way for real. He says there's niggas that be reproducing like a sport. For real, right? Mama! There's niggas that be they're reproducing like fish, royalty. The niggas are not even protecting the eggs or any of that shit. They're just dropping that shit off. Fucking Amazon fucking delivering those babies. Uber eating the fetuses, man. Motherfuckers. It's always the bum ass niggas too. If you guys haven't noticed, it's never the guys that are well off, successful that are doing that. It's always the bum ass niggas that have like, hey, I have 9 baby mamas. I don't pay child support. I don't even have a job. I mooch off of one of the bitches. Always those types of niggas. He says, we need a junior stream. That nigga moved to Panama, royalty. The amount of pressure I'm putting on Slick tomorrow is going to be astronomical. Oh, David Fish, not tomorrow, Saturday. He's going to come over on Saturday. That will be funny as fuck, bro. Yeah. The funny thing is that last time, look, the last time you were pressuring him, I mean, I'm his friend and all, but that shit was funny to me. That shit had me laughing. I'm not going to lie. He says yes, royalty. He moved, bro. The nigga got an apartment and everything. That nigga's a bum ass nigga, bro. No cap. He says on Saturday, even better, lol. I'll be a little drunk Saturday. Yeah, but my brother moved, bro. No more streams with that dummy. How many times did he even get on stream? 2 times? He got on 2 times, right? That dummy moved to fucking Panama, bro. He bought an apartment. Well, I said bought. He paid for an apartment. He paid a year in advance. Him and one of his buddies. So fucking stupid, chat. I'm sorry, but I told him like, yo, okay. Because today he called me. He FaceTimed me today. And he tried to flex the apartment. And I'm like, dude, Call me when you're in Miami with that apartment. Having an apartment like that in Panama, that's not impressive. Are you dumb? His rent is $1,300 a month. That's not impressive, nigga. First of all, if you really want to be a baller, go to Panama and pay normal American rent in Panama. Go get an apartment for $3,000 a month. Then I'll respect you, brother. You know? Then I'll respect you. Go get a fucking penthouse, nigga. Over here flexing a $1,300 a month apartment. That shit ain't impressive. Just because it's in a building, just because you're looking over the ocean, just because it's big, that don't mean shit to me. You're only paying $1,300, nigga. And he's proving my point already on day what? Day 5 of him being in Panama? He's already proving my point. You're calling me flexing a $1,300 a month apartment. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Call me when you're in an apartment that costs $10,000 a month in Panama, and I'll be like, oh shit, okay, this nigga's talking, he's doing that, he's talking that talk, he's walking that walk. Don't be calling me to show me some fucking $1,300 a month apartment, nigga. Fish says, damn, he was type funny. He gonna be putting down those Panamanian chicks down in water. He says, nigga acts like it's a competition with his own brother. This nigga needs help. Yo, I'm just keeping it a buck, royalty, Kanai. I'm just keeping it a buck. Come back to me, you know, call me, FaceTime me when you're in a $5,000 a month apartment in Panama, and I'm gonna be like, okay, shit. He's in Panama, but he's doing the thing. Call me when you're in Panama and you have a fucking Ferrari and a $10,000 a month apartment, and I'll be like, shit, okay. You got me there, buddy. Or go to Miami and get a $3,000 apartment. But until you're on that level, don't fucking talk to me, bro. You don't got permission to talk to me with your little $1,500 a month apartment. The fuck are you showing me, man? Talking about, oh, look how big it is, dude. Dude, look at the balcony, bro. Bro, look at the view. Like that shit in Panama, that shit is nothing. He says, Scott, you dumb. Why would I pay the amount of money in my country? That's bringing attention to myself. Well, I mean, that is kind of true, but at the same time, like, you can't be flexing. He's trying to flex on me, though, bro. That's not a flex. He says, we all know Unc the biggest hater on YouTube. He says, Scott, you're scaring me. He says, Panama is not dollarizing, nigga. I just think that you can't be calling and trying to flex when you're not doing anything spectacular, you know? I could go to Panama right now and get in a big-ass apartment overlooking the ocean. That doesn't mean shit. Come back to me when you have millions of dollars in the bank, man. Because I already know what path he's going down. The problem, royalty, look, you want to know why I'm so harsh on him? I'm this harsh on him because I need to snap him into reality, bro. Because he's not living in reality. He's living in a fantasy. He's living in a fucking fantasy, bro. He thinks that he's made it. Because the problem with this, and anybody who has ever lived in another country, you guys know this. It's easy to go to another country and think that you made it. Because your lifestyle is now no longer the lifestyle of a middle-class person in America. Now you're living a lifestyle that would be the equivalent of a millionaire in America, but you're not a millionaire. It's just that shit is cheaper where you're at. So then it becomes easy for you to become complacent. And I feel like this nigga is the kind of guy who will become complacent. He'll be satisfied with making like $100K in Panama. That ain't no money, bro. It's money in Panama, but it's not real money. Your little $100K in Miami ain't shit. That's my point. He says, Unc probably be hating on his own mom. Call me when you make 5-course meals, not that broke 3-course meal, mom. Oh my goodness. He says, Scott, not everything needs to be Americanized. It's not that, royalty. I get what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is, like, come back to me when you have real money. That's all I'm saying. Come back to me and flex on me when you have real money. Let that man live his life, Lamau. His life doesn't revolve around impressing his older brother. Does it? It doesn't? Shit, you got me tricked. I thought it did. I thought his life revolved around impressing me. We all know that in this family, I'm the main character, chat. I'm the only nigga in this family that's driven all 4 of the major supercars. McLaren, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche. I'm the only one who lives in the city, has a nice apartment. I'm the only one who's a professional with a real career, making big 6 figures. I'm the main character in this fucking family, bro. Don't let them, I can't let them forget that shit. I gotta be stepping on necks. Your boy Scotty's out here stepping on necks. It don't matter if it's his own family. He says, yeah, but when you say real money, you talk about only about American money. That makes you too Americanized. He says, no, friends don't touch grass. No, friends doesn't touch grass. Isabel, I'm locked in. That's what, look, the thing is that you guys are not, the big picture that you guys are missing is that your boy Scott is locked in. I'm locked in. The reason I haven't touched grass is because I'm working on growing my platform. I'm working on making the real big bucks, chat. And more than anything, I'm working on keeping it simple. You know, today, unironically, chat, today, now that we're talking about finances, it's a perfect segue. Today, I watched at least 4 or 5 of these fucking finance guru videos. I don't know why. Because I've always said that the people who watch finance gurus are people that are never going to make it. If you have to watch finance gurus and buy finance guru books, you're not going to make it. You're never going to become a multimillionaire. But for some reason, I had some fucking stupid ass finance guru show up on my For You page. And in all my infinite wisdom, I clicked on the video and I watched half of it. And then after that, I just kept getting more and more. Now my whole feed is just finance bullshit, right? I have like bunches and bunches of finance shit on my fucking feed right now. And I watched like 4 of them, right? And I'm watching the videos and I'm thinking to myself, like, who listens to this advice? Half of the advice is common sense, stuff that you should already know. And the other half is them trying to sell you some sort of course or some sort of book or some sort of guidance plan. Personal finance YouTube is such a scam. And I says, you care too much about the money. Not everybody cares about making a bunch of money or what people think. Just be happy for him. Bro, I want to see this nigga say, you know why? It's not, you guys are misinterpreting what's going on here. It's not that I'm hating on this nigga. I'm not really hating on him. I do this because I want to motivate the nigga to get to the next level. Because if he gets to the next level, then I get to the next level, chat. He says, can I thank you for finally someone? Thank you. You finally, someone said it. Oh. What? I don't know how to read. Thank you. Finally, someone said it. He says, advice from YouTube has to be taken with a grain of salt. The problem is, royalty, it's not so much that the advice is bad. A lot of those channels have pretty good advice. It's not that the advice is bad. The problem is that they're disingenuous, and also the kind of people that gravitate towards watching those kind of videos are the people who want to get rich quick. No, most normal people who have a good financial head on their shoulders, they don't need to watch a video to find out that you need to invest. You shouldn't squander your money on frivolous things. Oh my God, Bailey said, am I saying that because the guy said everything that I do? The only thing that the last video that Bailey saw me watch, he got me on was the bike, the Peloton bike. He said that a lot of people spend a lot of money on random exercise equipment that they're never going to use. And then he literally showed a Peloton bike. And I'm like, I use my Peloton bike. I haven't used it in the last 2 months.
He should have showed
This chair, I'm using it right now. And this chair is for my own internal mental stability.
Does it actually help?
It does, because I can sit here longer and stream longer. No, but the last video I watched was the best one out of all the ones that I watched today. Because he was kind of more honest. And he's just started going through the different things that people spend their money on. And he showed the Peloton bike. He's like, a lot of people will buy this stupid ass bike. And I'm like, damn, that's me. But realistically, chat, I used to use my bike all the time. And before we moved here, I would ride my bike at least once a week. I can show you guys the chart. So if you guys think it's cap, I can literally show you my Peloton chart. And it has every single, when I first got the bike for the first like 6 months, every single day I would ride the bike. Then it went down to a week, once a week. And now I haven't ridden the bike in 2 months. But you know what, chat? Tomorrow, let's ride the bike. Let's ride the bike on stream. I need you guys to keep me accountable. That's all. That's what I really need. I need you guys to keep me accountable because that bike cost like $3,000, chat. It was not a cheap purchase. and I have to pay $50 a month for the membership. So I am being a dumbass, having that bike and not using it. He says, you get too distracted. It's not that I get distracted, royalty. It's that I have a lot of shit going on, bro. You guys only see the streaming stuff. You guys don't see all the other shit I'm doing behind the scenes. You guys don't see that I'm losing, because of Trump, I'm losing thousands of dollars a fucking day now. Fucking stupid ass fucking policies, foreign policies. We're going to get into that tonight too, chat. Because right now there's too much bullshit going on. Today I lost hella money, chat. I'm not even capping. So much money. The S&P 500 is tanking. It's been tanking for like 4 days. Fuck. Why? Because there's too much nonsense happening. Too much nonsense happening, chat. But I'm not going to get distracted. I'm not going to get dissuaded. I'm not going to panic sell. I'm going to hold and just keep putting money in. If tomorrow's a red day, I'm going to put more money in my investment account. And by the way, this is my second investment account. The first investment account, I don't touch at all. The second investment account, he says, nigga, you're not the only one down. I'm down too. Well, that's the whole thing. Everyone's down, dude. Everyone's down. Everyone's down because there's too much uncertainty right now in the markets. Why? Because are you watching the news? Kanai's in Greece, bro. He's chilling. If there's an nuclear war, you're good, bro. Actually, you're probably not, but you're probably not, but I'm just going to say that anyway. A Bitcoin dropped, but shit, Bitcoin's up in the 100,000 mark, bro. Are you guys seeing this shit? Bitcoin is soaring. It doesn't even matter at this point. It doesn't even matter at this point because I had to check. Today I checked Bitcoin, to be honest with you. I was like, let me see where Bitcoin's at. That shit was at like $120,000, some ridiculous number like that. He says all the markets are fucked right now. $112,000. Look at that, royalty. Now I feel bad for laughing at the niggas in 2023. You guys remember in 2023 when Bitcoin went down to like $16,000 and we were all laughing at those fools? Jesus. Now the niggas like Mr. Organic are going to be talking shit again. Because remember Mr. Organic, the reason why he sold all his shit and he sold all his chains, all his jewelry, all that shit is because he had no money. All his money was tied up in crypto. Niggas like that, now they're going to be flexing again. Watch. Jesus, dude. But back to what I was saying. The reason why the markets are fluctuating so much, there's so much uncertainty. The first problem we have is US-Russia negotiations. I don't know if they're gonna fall through or not, Chad. I wouldn't bet my money on it. And then now America's mobilizing against Venezuela. Venezuela mobilizes its militia after US says it's deploying military force to waters around Latin America. This right here, bad move. And it goes back to what I was saying before, Kanai. It goes back to what I was saying yesterday. Why is it that America can operate with impunity in Central America, the Caribbean, but when a country like Russia tries to handle some business in their own neighborhood, we want to step in? Why is it when China wants to step in and take over Taiwan, we want to step in? But yet America thinks they can go to Venezuela and tell them what to do. And no one can tell us to stop, and no one can tell us it is not our business. That's my point I was trying to make yesterday. He says Venezuela doesn't stand a chance. Not one at all. But the problem is that we're just going to test out a bunch of weapons and shit there. Watch. It says Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro announced on Monday the deployment of 4.5 million militiamen, bro. You could have 1 billion militiamen. That shit ain't going to do shit against the American military. They're fucked. He says, because we're the world order. Do you want to be the world order, dude? Because at this point, it feels like we're the world bully. Monday to deploy 4.5 million militiamen throughout the country, assuring that no empire will touch the sacred soil of Venezuela. after the United States doubled the reward for information leading to his arrest and increased the number of troops sailing around Latin America and the Caribbean. Last week, the U.S. government confirmed to CNN that it had ordered naval movement in the region to contain the threat from the drug trafficking groups. On Monday, Reuters, I can never pronounce this, Reuters reported that 3 U.S. Navy destroyers and some 4,000 military personnel would arrive at the edge of Venezuela's territorial waters within the next 36 hours. On Tuesday, however, a U.S. Department of Defense official said there are currently no U.S. ships in the area and nor have the ships received orders to head there. Venezuelan territory has almost 2,500 miles of coastline. This week, I'm going to activate a special plan to guarantee coverage with more than 4.5 million militiamen throughout the national territory. Militias prepared, activated, and armed, Maduro said during a televised meeting with the country's governors and mayors. The president described the extravagant, bizarre, and outlandish U.S. threat as rotten rehashes, without specifying what he was referring to. We defend our seas, our skies, our lands. How are they going to defend their skies? How are they going to defend their skies, chat? Does Venezuela have a air force? He says, nigga botched his name. Does Venezuela have an air force? He says, yeah, a few old ass planes. Yo, are they death delusion? If they think that they're gonna stand a chance against America and the American military, that's crazy, bro. That's actually crazy. That's actually delusional. It's fucking political suicide. America will have their shit under control in, I'm gonna say 48 hours. He says, we defend our seas, our skies, and our land. We liberated them. We guard and patrol them. No empire will touch the sacred soil of Venezuela, nor should it touch the sacred soil of South America, he emphasized in his speech. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked Tuesday about a possible troop deployment to Venezuela following reports of the military buildup. President Donald Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. Yo, I eat McDonald's. Thank you for joining the stream. She also reiterated that the U.S. government positioned that Maduro is not a legitimate president. Washington and Caracas have not had formal bilateral diplomatic relationships since 2019. The Venezuelan government rejected Washington's accusations of drug trafficking, saying in a statement that the U.S. was resorting to threats and defamation. The Venezuelan militia, which was created in 2005 by the late president Hugo Chavez. Yo, Hugo Chavez was the GOAT, chat. Yo, you guys remember Hugo Chavez? Yo, Hugo Chavez was the GOAT, chat. Hugo Chavez was basically Venezuela's Trump. You remember that shit? That shit was a fucking clown show. Mama! But he was funny. He was hella charismatic. The Venezuelan militia, which was created in 2005 by the late president Hugo Chavez and formally established in 2010, is part of the Bolivarian National Armed Forces, FANB, and has as its vision the incorporation of the organized people to guarantee a comprehensive defense of the nation. Maduro said he will move forward with a plan to activate peasant and worker militias in all factories and workplaces in the country. Is this guy stupid? He says, royalty, people glorified Hugo Chavez. I mean, Hugo Chavez was fucking... Have you ever sat down and watched that Hugo Chavez speech, royalty? Because I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I sat down many a times in 2010, 2009 to watch an Hugo Chavez speech, bro. Hugo Chavez was funny, dude. This nigga was funny, dude. I'm not even going to lie, chat. The nigga would grab all his dignitaries, have them sit down in a room, and just go one by one and blast them all. He would be trolling niggas. He would roast them. This nigga had a TV show, dude. He was literally Trump. Hugo Chavez is Trump. Trump is Hugo Chavez. They have the same personality. Literally. The only thing is that Trump hasn't started sitting down in a room with all of the different heads of state, all of the dignitaries, all of the Congress people, and he hasn't started like roasting them. He says Hugo was chill with Obama. I thought that shit was funny. He says Maduro said he will move forward with the plan to activate peasant and worker militias. If you think peasant and worker militias are going to do something against the U.S. military, you're delusional. Missiles and rifles for the working class to defend our homeland, he said. The Venezuelan Ministry of Defense says on its website that the FANB is made up of around 95,000 to 150,000 active combatants and a growing national militia made up of hundreds of thousands of people capable of serving as reservists. The Global Firepower website, which specializes in military analysis and uses official statistics or makes estimates when they are not available, ranks Venezuela's 50th in military power and for real? But that's because a lot of countries have shit militaries. So they're ranked 50th in military power. The US ranks first, Russia second, China third. Damn. A few weeks ago, the Trump administration doubled the reward to $50 million for information leading to the arrest of Maduro, whom it described as one of the world's largest drug traffickers, head of the cartel of the Suns, and a threat to U.S. national security. The Venezuelan government and the other institutions in the country rejected the announcement, and several Chavista figures have dismissed the allegations. Internal Minister Diosdado, I can't pronounce his name. Diosdado Caballo. Is this a Spanish name? I've never heard this name in my entire life. Diosdado Caballo has stated that the Cartel de los Soles is an invention of the U.S. and the Defense Ministry, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, has categorically rejected Washington's ridiculous accusations. Damn, bro. All I know is that America attacking Venezuela is a major L. But you know the other thing, he says, this nigga can't read Spanish. What do you mean? That's not Spanish, bro. This is Spanish? This is not a Spanish name. This is not a Spanish name. Diosdado? I've never heard a nigga named Diosdado in my life. Diosdado Cabello? And Cabello, this sounds like a Brazilian name. Cabello? Nah, Cabello I think it's a Portuguese name. Cabello? Diosdado Cabello? Seu nombre Diosdado Cabello. This does not sound like Spanish to me. That's not a Portuguese name, Cabello. Never heard that name in my entire life. Cabello? Never heard of that name in my entire life. But back to what I was gonna say, chat. We're segueing here. Back to what I was gonna say. Lately, people are acting like America attacking all of these countries is something new, but maybe America's back. They said make America great again. Maybe America's back. He said you could just Google it, lol. Scott botched another name. I'm not good with names, royalty. I'm not good with names. But back to what I was saying, guys. You guys keep trying to stun log me. America is back, chat. America's back because this is what America's about. Isn't America about this? America's about going to other countries and taking their resources. That's what we were about in the 80s and the 70s. What did Ronald Reagan say? The big stick? Walk around with the big stick? America's back in business. America's back in business, chat.
Tonight, the Trump administration is cracking down on drug cartels at sea. A source briefed on the matter tells NBC News the U.S. is planning to deploy
destroyers,
3 warships near Venezuela. President Trump focusing on drugs coming to the coasts after reducing illegal border crossings to record lows.
They continue to send drugs into our country, Venezuela. Yeah, they've been very nasty.
The Trump administration also recently doubling to $50 million its reward for the arrest of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, saying he violated U.S. drug laws. Meanwhile, in the
how is Maduro implement? Let me calm down, chat. I'm talking too fast. How is Maduro implicated in the drug smuggling? I don't understand. Is he literally part of the cartels? Is the government, is the Maduro administration supporting the cartels directly? Or is this just a wild allegation?
Fight against traffickers.
Where's the evidence?
Says it intercepted more than $138 million worth of drugs in the Caribbean this summer.
Damn.
Earlier this year, the president designated several cartels, as well as the notorious Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, as foreign terrorist organizations. And despite pulling off a large-scale prisoner swap with Venezuela last month, President Trump has been increasingly at odds with Maduro.
He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice.
He's literally playing the fucking George Bush Sr. card. Literally, chat. Literally. What Trump is doing right now, it's like he went back to the playbook and he said, you know what? What did they do in the past? What did they do in the past? Because isn't that the reason they invaded Panama in the 80s? 1987 Panamanian invasion, because Noriega, they said this nigga was a drug trafficker. That was the reason, White. This nigga said, yo, what did Ronald Reagan, what did George Bush Sr. do? Let me just take a page right out of their playbook. That is the reasoning, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I'm trying to give you guys a history lesson here. History level. My brain is, I'm having brain fart after brain fart after brain fart right now. He says, Lord, why Venezuela, though? There's Mexico right next door. I think that the drugs, the raw product gets created in like Venezuela and Colombia, and then they ship it to Mexico. And then in Mexico, they do the final steps before it crosses the border. That's why. Because the coca leaves are farmed in Venezuela, right? In Colombia. Billy said, no. Where are they farmed, my drug expert? Oh, they do it in Mexico too? So in Mexico, there's coca leaves? Oh, I guess they can just plant it, right? I guess nothing's stopping them. It's a fucking plant. He says, I thought it was more Bolivia. Oh yeah, Bolivia too, Marbs. You're right. Bailey said they have a mountain called Drug Mountain in Mexico. My main thing is that from the political perspective, they're literally just taking a page out of the old 1987 Ronald Reagan fucking playbook. Just, hey, we don't like this government. We don't like the direction they're going in. And they have a resource that we want. So let's just say they're doing drugs and let's just invade their country. And realistically, nobody can challenge him on this legally. From a legal perspective, what are they gonna? They can't say shit to him because he's just gonna be like, "We did this in the past. There were no objections in the past." He says majority of it is produced in Southern America, and in Mexico they add the other shit like fent and other things and ship it to America. Kanai said that. Bailey said, "Was he there?" Bailey said, "Was Kanai there? How does he know?" My thing is, realistically, chat. Realistically, America going to war with Venezuela is not even a war. It's a layup. America going to war with Mexico is a layup. My thing is, how many refugees are going to be created by this shit? I feel like the war with Mexico has a more negative impact on us than Venezuela, though. Venezuela doesn't really matter at all. You can go destroy the entire country. You can invade it. You can put troops there. It's not going to affect us at all. So if they want to go out and do that shit, practice over there, let them practice. Let them practice. Unfortunately, it's going to cause a giant humanitarian issue, but America's back, baby. America's back. Kana says, my bad. The suburban white woman knows more. Billy said, I was there. I'm gringo dip. He says, that's what I'm trying to say. I think that as far as the American public is concerned, it's not really going to matter, chat.
The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel.
Now the Venezuelan government has
cooked
drone flights throughout the country amid what it considers a threat from the U.S. A U.S. official tells NBC News the warships will be used for intelligence gathering and surveillance in international waters. Still, Maduro just announced that he's mobilizing militia members across his country in response. Tom?
We thank you for...
That's so much cap. Those fucking destroyers, they can fuck up from out in the ocean, they can fuck up the entire country, dude. Yo, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to glaze America, but you have no defense against that.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board...
Why am I getting ads? I'm not signed in? Give me a second, chat. It logged me out for some reason. What the fuck? I'm like, why am I getting ads?
Proposal put forward by both Qatar and Egypt. Hamas accepted it on Monday. Israel has yet to officially weigh in. I'm wondering if the U.S. was at all involved in it.
I think that the Mexican government cartel situation is a lot more messy than we're anticipating. And I think that if we take military action in Mexico, it's going to be a lot more messy than we're expecting. And that will have an adverse effect on the American economy, on American politics, on the safety of the country. Because we literally have a border with this country. We cannot destabilize Mexico. It will fuck up everything. Fucking up Venezuela, that shit doesn't affect us at all. It's going to affect Brazil. It's going to affect Colombia. It's going to affect Panama. It's going to affect Bolivia. It's going to affect Ecuador. But it's not going to affect us. It won't even matter.
If it's supportive of it, and whether or not the president believes Israel should accept it.
I don't think it's a coincidence that Hamas accepted this.
I don't want to hear this one. I don't want to talk about that yet.
A trio of U.S. Navy destroyers will soon deploy to the waters off Venezuela. The USS Gravely, Samson, and Jason Dunham in an effort to combat illegal
He's lucky they didn't send out a fucking aircraft carrier.
Drug smuggling. Those deployments, part of the Pentagon's expanded role in countering Latin American drug cartels. Back in February, the State Department designated several cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and in recent weeks reportedly gave the go-ahead for U.S. military to...
He says U.S. doing this shit for theatrics.
NewsNation's Joe Khalil is live in Washington. And Joe, that could possibly happen inside foreign countries.
Yeah, that's right. So macro, that is the concern here, that this could be potentially strikes in different places. More concretely, just right off the bat, it does seem to be an escalation between the United States and the Venezuelan government, the Maduro regime, certainly no friend of the United States. Tension there as the U.S. now, the Pentagon, has authorized these 3 naval ships to be on the coast there as a part of President Trump's larger...
Honestly, chat, if I'm a dictator or a president of a nation and I see them 3 bitches pull up on my fucking shore, I'm fleeing the country, dude. I'm grabbing all the money I can, no cap, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up doing this. I'm grabbing all the money I can from my country, stealing all that shit, and I'm fleeing. I'm fleeing, bro. You're not, catch me later, bro. I'm taking all the money I can, and I'm getting my ass out of that bitch. I'm going to some country with no extradition like fucking Dubai, and you're never going to hear from me again. That would be the smart move to make. Because you're fucked.
Strategy to try to combat...
You're fucked.
In foreign countries, particularly in Central and South America, that are manufacturing, sending, and selling drugs.
It's GG's for you, bro.
There could be more in the region, by the way. Reuters reporting that some 4,000 Marines and others that it could be potentially deployed to the Caribbean region more generally there. In response to that, this week on state television, President Maduro announced that he is preparing somewhere between 4 and 5 million militiamen.
He's an idiot.
Prepared and armed, he says. And then he went on at a public event to say, and I'm going to quote...
He's going to get so fucked.
Here. He says, the empire has gone mad and renewed its threats to Venezuelan peace and tranquility, without referencing the U.S. directly, but again, saying the empire there. So in the first few weeks of the Trump administration, President Trump did sign an executive order that designated several cartels in other countries as terrorist organizations. You see some of them here on your screen. And the State Department put that into their official policy just a few weeks later. So that move opened up a whole range of new options for the Pentagon there. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell shared with News Nation a statement.
This is a strategic move because by designating them terrorist groups, they got free reign to do whatever they want to them because they're no longer a part of the government. They're not a part of a government. They're not a militia. They're not an army. The rules of engagement don't apply. They can just go in and fuck them up with blanket as a fucking empty letter, blank carpet permission to do whatever the fuck you want to them. That's why they changed them from being drug cartels to terrorist groups.
This morning about this deployment of American personnel and naval ships. And he says, quote, this requires a whole of government effort, and through coordination with regional partners, the Defense Department will undoubtedly play an important role towards meeting the president's objective to eliminate the ability of these cartels to threaten territory, safety, and security of the United States and his people. There are also some reports that are surfacing about potential American strikes in other countries in Latin America. So far, though, the Pentagon, neither they nor the White House are confirming any of those reports to us.
And Joe, we know Congress is still on its summer recess, but lawmakers absolutely have a role here, especially if and when it comes to possible military actions in other countries. So what are you hearing?
Yeah, and we reached out again today. A lot of silence at this point from.
They're not going to say anything. What the fuck are the lawmakers going to say?
In the last couple of days, but I can tell you, having covered this, and this idea had been floated for some time now, we've heard from lawmakers, Republican and Democrat, who say that they would like to see more participation, more cooperation from some of the governments that are our allies if they have cartels operating within their borders. But certainly there is some willingness, especially among Republicans, to support President Trump if, in fact, there's an escalation, if there are actual strikes in other countries. Some lawmakers are hesitant about that simply because they don't want to see any American boots on the ground. That discussion isn't yet being had, but obviously it's a concern when we talk.
This Maduro guy is an idiot. That's my conclusion here, Chad. He's an idiot. Look, there's only two choices you have when you're in a situation like this. I've seen it. We've all seen it time and time again. You have two choices. One choice is to surrender immediately and leave. Second choice is to stay and fight. But every time a dictator or a president of some country that is in America's crosshairs decides to fight, they get fucked. Look at Gaddafi. So it's a bad move. Like if you have the eye of the empire on you and you're in the crosshairs, the best thing you can do is fucking run. Run. This is literally a repeat of this, chat. This is what it is. Let's see if we can find one that's not going to get us copyrighted. Okay. Operation Just Cause. This is the exact same excuse. I want to see if they're going to explain the excuse, though.
25 years ago, on December 20th, 1989, a force of about 26,000 American soldiers invaded Panama in Operation Just Cause. General Manuel Noriega, who had ruled the country from 1983 to 1989, was removed from power, arrested, and brought to the United States for trial. Next, 7 minutes of video from the C-SPAN archives. First, the announcement of the operation by White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater. Then President George H.W. Bush speaking from the Oval Office. And finally, some Pentagon video recorded in Panama during the invasion.
They fucked that shit up, bro.
The president has directed United States forces to execute at 1:00 a.m. this morning pre-planned missions in Panama to protect American lives, restore the democratic process, preserve the integrity of the Panama Canal treaties, and apprehend Manuel Noriega. The situation in Panama under General Noriega has reached a crisis. Democratic elections have been thwarted. American lives have been endangered. The integrity of the Panama Canal treaties is at risk. General Noriega is under indictment for drug-related charges, and the president has made every effort.
Drug-related charges. It's just I mean, honestly, it don't matter. Look, the problem with Central America, chat, I'm going to say it, and some people might not like it. There's always going to be drug trafficking, dude. No matter what you do, there's going to be drug trafficking, chat. Because it's the perfect climate to grow drugs. There's always going to be a guy who's willing to grow drugs. There always is. And that guy who's willing to grow drugs is always going to have hella money because he's going to have a bunch of customers that want to buy the drugs from him to traffic it. And with money comes power. And with power, he gets political influence. And either he himself becomes a politician or family members of him become politicians and they start running the country. It's the same story every single time, bro. And it's not going to stop, chat. It will never stop. It will never stop. It's an unstoppable problem. As long as the trees, the plants that exist to make the drugs exist, then you will always have drug traffickers. Because there's just too much money in the game. There's too much money. Are you telling me, Kanai, Royalty, Marbs, Isabel, Boxman, yo, Boxman, thank you for joining the stream. Are you telling me if you live in a place where you can grow a plant, right? And you just need to do a little bit of processing to the plant and you can sell it and make hella money? He says, I think it's normal. Jobs can't compete with power and money cartels. They absolutely agree. That's what I'm saying, Kanai. Why would you not join it? If you're in a situation where you can make millions of dollars, why would you not take advantage of that? So it doesn't matter what happens. Unless there's other opportunities that rival it, there's no reason for you not to do it. If I had grown up in fucking Bolivia near a coca farm and somebody said, yo, I'll buy that plant from you, fuck, why would I not do it? The thing is that the farmers that actually farm the plants, they don't make that much money, but they make more money than what they would make normally. I saw a whole documentary about this. There were farmers, they would farm other crops, right? Potatoes, carrots, you know, other crops. And they said, we make no money selling these other crops. I mean, compared to the money we make planting coca. So the farmers aren't making millions of dollars. The farmers are making more, but they're making more than they would make if they planted other plants. Does that make sense, chat? So what are you gonna plant? Are you gonna plant potatoes or are you gonna plant coca? Like if a pound of fucking potatoes nets you 50 cents and a pound of coca nets you $5 US, which one are you gonna fucking plant? This is just economics, bro. It's not rocket science. And when you go in there and kill all the people, then there's just gonna be another generation of people that take their places. There's always gonna be a guy who's like, yo, I wanna make the money that the other nigga was making when he was selling the coca. I'll take my risk. They might not catch me. First of all, most human beings don't think they're gonna get caught. If you're in a drug cartel, you're a drug cartel leader, and there are several cartels, and America lands in your country and kills 3 of the other cartel owners, you're gonna think, they were sloppy. They're not gonna catch me though. And when they catch you, another guy will show up and be like, oh, that guy was dumb. They're not gonna catch me though. That's just how humans operate, bro. You never think you're gonna be the one who gets caught. So there's always gonna be a person to fulfill the role because the role exists. If there's a demand, there'll be somebody who will supply every single time. This is an unwinnable war because even if you win the war in the now, in the future, it will come right back. He says, no job in America rivals the Lord's. He says, I grow in it. He says, I'm betting Trump wants the control of it. Well, he probably does. But you know what pisses me off more than anything? If you really notice, America only gets involved in countries where there's some sort of benefit to us. Which I guess, I mean, honestly, I can't really rag on it because is that not what we want? When you really think about it, you know, forget about morals, chat. Throw your morals away and think about it. Does it not benefit us if our country is stealing and subjugating and controlling the environment? So I can kind of see what Kanai says sometimes when he's like, oh, well, we're the global police. It's like, I guess, shit, bro. I can argue against it from a moral perspective, but from a personal interest perspective, I have to say, you know what? I'm going to side with myself and be selfish. By the way, guys, give me a second. I'm going to take the trash out. Give me just a second because the trash people you can hear the trash people. Let me just play, let's see. This idiot.
General Noriega, the dictator
here,
of Panama,
I'll be right back.
Stands accused of making over
this nigga is literally doing the same thing as this other fucking asshole.
To the drug lords. But he was also a key ally of the United States. And he's one subject that Vice President George Bush is trying not to talk about during the battle for the White House. It's in a helicopter originally supplied by the Americans that the ruler, who has now been charged with drug smuggling, still flies around his country. General Manuel Noriega is commander of the army and the most powerful man in Panama. Visiting a country village, Noriega is the guest of honor, but he is just another wanted criminal in the eyes of the U.S. Attorney's Office back in Miami.
He was a very smart cocaine businessman.
No one can say that history doesn't repeat itself, because we're literally seeing history repeat itself right now. We're literally seeing history repeat itself right now, chat. No cap. And what I was saying is that this fucking guy, the president of Venezuela, he doesn't seem like he's the smartest guy in the box, because if I was him, I would have fled already, bro. I would have fled already. There's no way in hell you're catching me lacking. It's already a corrupt country, so you can steal money. I would have stole a bunch of fucking money and I would have fled the country with me and my family. Because we already know how this story ends. The story always ends the same way. If you stay and fight against America, you either end up dying because America's going to apply pressure until your own people turn against you, or you get captured and shipped back to America and you end up in a prison in America. But there's no way there's no way that you're going to stay in the country and fight and try and galvanize your people to fight what? The American military? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? That's not going to work out for you. Never has, never will. Name one dictator that fought against the American military and won and didn't end up in chains or dead. Name one, chat. Can anyone name one military leader, one military dictator or president of a country who decided to challenge the American government, the might of the American military, and he's still in power? The only one that I can think of is the fucking, the North Korean president. I'm drawing a blank right now. Tonight, I'm fucking struggling, chat. Your boy Scott is struggling tonight. I'm having brain fart after brain fart. But we've never invaded fucking North Korea. We've never even attempted to invade North Korea. So that guy's pretty safe in his fucking hermit kingdom. He stays to himself and we keep, as long as he doesn't fuck with us, we're not going to fuck with him. But this whole thing about, oh, my militia is going to protect the country and protect me that's a childish dream. That's a pipe dream. There's no way that's working out for you, buddy. Because when you get those destroyers knocking on your door, you're fucked. The Syrian leader fled though, didn't he? You're talking about Bashar al-Assad? Is he arrested? Is he still in power? Now I gotta look that shit up. Current president of Syria. No, he's not in power anymore. What happened to Bashar al-Assad? Bashar. Let's see what happened to this. You're talking about this guy, right, Kanai? This idiot? I think he took all the money and ran. That's what I'm saying. You only got two choices, bro. You only got two choices. Your choice is either to stay and die or run. I'm running, dude. There ain't no way I'm staying in the fucking country. Only an idiot stays in the country and says he's gonna fight and use militias to do what? What are you gonna do? There's nothing you can do, bro. Overthrow and exile. Yeah, he left. He ran. I'm doing the exact same thing, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna die. Look at Gaddafi. Gaddafi did the exact same thing that this dumbass in Venezuela is doing. Oh, America empire will not do anything to us. And like a month later, this nigga was dead. Talking all that shit, bro. You cannot beat the American military, especially if you're a small, tiny country with no defense and no nuclear weapons. You're fucked, dude. You have no leverage. You have zero leverage. A guy like Putin has leverage. Putin has real power. Xi Jinping in China, real power. If you have no real power, you don't have nuclear weapons, and you don't have a real military that is strong, you're not getting out of this shit alive, bro. They're gonna first America. Look, America's gonna apply pressure. They're gonna apply pressure, sanctions, all that type of shit to get your own people against you. They're gonna apply more pressure. Once they got the ships, once they're fucking dispatching ships to your fucking neighborhood, you're fucked, dude. Because I guarantee you, within a month, those ships are gonna start fucking launching. First of all, the craziest thing is these idiots play into the hand of America. Because I guarantee they're gonna try and attack us, bro. They're gonna do some stupid shit, and they're gonna escalate this shit even faster. And that ship can shoot a fucking missile from like 300 miles away and still hit your fucking shit. Those are Navy destroyers, bro. You're fucked, dude. You're fucked. These lucky they didn't fucking. The craziest thing is they thought this guy is so small fries they didn't even send a fucking aircraft carrier. They're like, this nigga's easy. This is something we can handle in 24 hours, bro. We don't even need to send an aircraft carrier. He says, yeah, countries don't stand a chance with our intelligence. That's why they run. I would run, bro. I would have got the money. I would have ran. You're not catching me. You're not catching me. I'm running. I'm going to Ecuador. I'm taking a few million and I'm dipping. Dumb motherfuckers, bro. So I think it's a good, it's a bad look. And I think that I really can't say much about America and the moral implications of this because we've already done this. This is old school America. This is old school America. Do you agree or disagree with me there, Kanai? Is it not old school America? Is this not 1980s America? We see your country, you got something that we want you to do something, or we want to influence you in some way, and you're not letting us do it. Okay, regime change. This is textbook old school America. So from a moral perspective, it's probably going to be a bad thing, but from a fucking standard operation manual, I guess it's... Look, the craziest thing is, when you really think about it, America only changed its tune for like, what? 20 years? Not even. Not even. Obama was soft. That's the problem. Obama was soft. Biden was even softer. And Trump's first term, he didn't have as much... What is the word I'm looking for? He didn't have like a clear set agenda is what I feel in the first term. But we're going to see some crazy shit go down, chat. I promise you that. And the next few weeks, we're going to see some crazy shit go down. And part of me is all for it because it is kind of exciting, but part of me is like, well, what could be the ramifications of this? What could be the consequences of our actions? And the Venezuela theater, South American theater, I don't think that there's not really going to be any real tangible consequences for us negatively. We're not going to really be negatively impacted other than the waste of money. And then fingers crossed that we don't actually attack Mexico, because the Mexico thing actually is a bit more serious, in my opinion. The Mexican cartels have way more resources. They have real weapons. They have real intel as well. Like, I think it's a little bit more dangerous. Not saying that we wouldn't be able to defeat them, but I just think it's going to create a mess. And I'd rather us not have to deal with the mess. Anyways, chat, there was enough politics for now. Let's watch something that's a little bit more relaxed and chill. Damn. The problem is the topic I wanted to talk about is not relaxed and chill. Have you guys seen the situation with this French streamer that got killed basically on stream? Anybody see this? And now Kick is getting the blame for it. French streamer dies live online during extreme challenge. This fucking guy. Anybody following this, chat? French police are investigating the death of a popular streamer who died during his nearly 12-day stream after apparently suffering abuse and humiliation treatment while viewers watched live. Raphael Garvin, I don't know how to pronounce his name, 46. This nigga is 46, bro. You're too old to be doing this, buddy. You're too old to be doing this, buddy. Come on, bro. What are you doing? Known online as Jean Poromanova. I'm butchering names again, royalty. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call him JP. Is Drake and Adin paying for his funeral? He says, Unc, you not far off. On the name? What was it? Raphael Gravin? I can't pronounce these names. Jean Perlmanove. I'm going to call him JP. Is one of the biggest streamers in France on the platform Kick and died on Monday. You know what I was going to say, chat? Earlier today, I was going to come on here and talk some real stupid, I was going to say some stupid shit. I was going to say that I didn't see the difference between this and, let's say, Jackass, the TV show. But then, luckily, before I went on stream and said that dumb shit, I went and looked up some of the videos. And no, dude, this is uncalled for. It's too much. They were going they were doing too much on this guy, bro. They were going too far. This is not like Jackass. I was under the impression that it was like Jackass and they were just doing pranks. And once in a while he would get hurt and whatnot. And no, they were torturing this guy. They were actually doing some heinous shit to this man. And I don't speak French, so it's hard for me to tell if the guy is mentally sound or if he's actually like slow or has a condition. I don't know if anybody in here knows. Did he have a condition? Because it was like 4 young dudes and 1 old man. And it makes me wonder, like, fuck. Was he in his right state of mind or were they manipulating him? Oh, Juan, we're going to get into it right now. I'm going to read the whole article. He says, the prosecutor office told CNN that an investigation has been opened into his death and an autopsy ordered. It said preliminary results indicate that PJ, I'm just going to call him PJ, whatever his name is, death was not due to a traumatic injury and is not likely linked to the involvement of a third party. So far, authorities have not announced any charges related to JP's death. The 46-year-old military veteran, oh shit, he was a veteran too. The 46-year-old military veteran had built a following numbering more than 1 million across different platforms, streaming himself, playing video games. He had often appeared in extreme challenges where other streamers assaulted or humiliated him. Since 2023, he had appeared with several other streamers, principally Owen, I'm not going to even try to pronounce this nigga's name, known as Naruto Online, and Safin, not going to pronounce his name either, Hamadi, both of whom took part in his final live stream. Dines Donotti announced his death Monday on Instagram. In the video live stream that appeared to show his death, after he stopped moving, viewers donated money to send messages alerting the sleeping streamers to his condition. In dozens of videos from past live streams reviewed by CNN, JP appeared to be the target of jokes, bullying, physical attacks, and degrading stunts. Videos from their joint live stream show JP fellow streamers competing to see how long they could throttle him. They mean choke him. Throttle him. Others show him being shot with paintballs or doused with water. The extent of which JP's voluntary subject. This is such a fucking hard read. The extent to which JP's voluntary subjected him to the violence or whether any of it was staged was unclear. Thanks to donations from subscribers, the group earned money from the live streams. In JP's final live stream, a counter at the top of the screen suggested a group had earned more than 36,000 euros. That's $42,000 from the day's long live stream. Fuck me, bro. Fuck. $42,000 from one day? During JP's final live stream, which appeared to run to nearly 3,300 hours, participants were woken up by the revving of a motorcycle bike in their shared bedroom or a leaf blower. At one point, JP appeared to be woken up when a bucket of water is thrown over him. In an interview with CNN affiliate BFM TV, there's so many names in this, bro. It's making me exhausted. A lawyer for the fucking other streamers said I'm butchering this, chat. Why even continue? I'm butchering this shit. He says, holy fuck, I just watched it and they're literally torturing him. I am butchering this. The bottom line is that these people were fucking torturing this guy, bro. I mean, like, heinous fucking torture. They were choking him. They were fucking spinning him around, putting him in headlocks, standing on him, throwing water on him, making him eat fucking toxic waste. They were just doing the worst shit you could imagine to this guy, bro. And in my opinion, I think they should be incarcerated. I'm sorry. Whether his death in the immediate death was caused by the events on that particular stream, it doesn't matter to me. Because wear and tear is a real thing, bro. If they're doing a bunch of shit to you constantly, putting you under tremendous stress, that is the direct consequence of your death. It doesn't matter if they didn't fucking kill you right there in the moment. Live streaming has become the bane of humanity. So it's not like, you know, they don't need to literally kill him on stream for them to be guilty of murder, is my point. Like, the stuff that they were doing him for weeks, that shit is enough to kill you because you're putting him under tremendous stress. You're putting him under tremendous fucking stress. And he's an old man. He's not even in his 20s. He's 47 years old, bro. And I think that Kick, I always say it, if you have enemies, chat, if you have enemies and you know your enemies are praying for your downfall, why give them ammunition? Kick should have stopped this a long time ago. I'm sorry. I'm going to blame Kick in this case. I'm going to blame Kick in this case because Kick should have stopped it a long time ago. They should have said, yo, you're violating terms and conditions here, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're torturing this man to death. There should be no platform to allow guys to do this shit. I'm being 100% because you're low-key condoning it and you're profiting off of it too. Is that a crazy take shot? You guys tell me if that's a crazy take. Yeah, even I think that they damn near tortured him. Look, I think that if you capture somebody, right? Let's just put this in a military scenario. If you're in the military, right? And the Chinese government captures you spying. And they do a bunch of shit to you, right? They fucking choke you out. They waterboard you. They starve you for days. They sleep deprive you. And you die. What do you think is happening? Do you think they're going to say, oh, they died from unrelated causes? No, they're going to say, oh, this guy was tortured to death. So I think the same rule should apply. The same fucking rule should apply. Is that a crazy take? If they're waterboarding you, torturing you, starving you, making you eat toxic waste, choking you out, knocking you unconscious, doing a bunch of shit to you, and you're a 47-year-old man, and then that night you go to sleep and you die in your sleep, I think that those people should be held accountable for that shit, bro. There's no way in hell you're gonna let them fucking go. They're guilty. Lock them up. Throw away the fucking key. We cannot have people just doing whatever it takes to get famous on streams. And it's Kick's fault because Kick needs to moderate this shit, man. He says, unless people are reporting it to Kick, moderation isn't going to pick everything up. Twitch, it's kind of the same way. Yeah, but the problem, Kanai, in this scenario is this guy was the biggest streamer in France, basically. So there's no way in hell that moderation wasn't aware of the situation. There's no way in hell that nobody ever, I guarantee that people were reporting this shit. There's no way in hell that people weren't reporting this shit. And if we're not going to hold them accountable, then at this point, we might as well just have a free-for-all. We might as well just have a free-for-all and let people do whatever they want and just let them fucking torture themselves online. If somebody wants to off themselves live on stream, we might as well let them do it at this point if we're not going to moderate. He says, Lol, between continuing to watch and reporting, viewers are more inclined to do the former. I just think that it was definitely reported and they just didn't do anything about it, man. And it's a sad situation. I don't know what this guy's mental state was or why he was doing it or if it was his idea or not. But what I do know is I saw a clip earlier today where the other 4 young dudes surround him and they say, yo, if you die, you got to give us an off. So if you die, just right now, I need you to tell the stream that If you die, it's because of your own bad health. And honestly, when you see it, chat, these guys, they're all young fucking guys. Look, Legal Mindset has a whole take on this. I'm going to go ahead and let's watch the Legal Mindset stream and see what they have to say, what he has to say. Let's see. Because I might be talking out of my ass.
In France, streaming has turned lethal in the case of Jean Portmanov, and we're going to get into that today on the Legal Mindset.
Portmanov.
Judge, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a fast facts version, which is a quick and dirty version of all the latest in legal news.
See what a real attorney has to say here.
Make sure to leave a comment below, and if you appreciate this topic and appreciate my coverage, please let me know as well by liking the video.
Before we react to this, chat, the name of the channel is French Streaming Turns Lethal Fast Facts. Legal Mindset is the name of the channel.
So this is something that, once again, we're getting into a serious topic, and I hate it to be kind of a trend, and it has been kind of lately, of there being very, very serious topics that I indeed have to cover. But this is one that jumped out to me as something that I should cover, because I had several people reach out to me that are familiar with kind of the streaming ecosystem and tell me, Andrew, this is like the Somali case, but in some ways worse.
It's worse than the Somali case.
It involves kind of the extremes of streaming and doing certain things that really never even happened there. And beyond that, it's something that really is circulating right now in a foreign language, mostly in French and in Francophone circles and media, but not in English. So as with the Somali case, which first started circulating in Korean media and really with Korean streamers, and then jumping over to mass media, jumping over to everybody. This is something I'm going to communicate to you guys because it's really important. And I think this is one of the instances where we can see cultures kind of sharing our information in order to create a better ecosystem and a better content ecosystem, and certainly to protect against both criminal activity and liability. So once again, today in this case, which we're talking about, which happens in France.
In my opinion, though, the Johnny Somali situation is to a lesser. First of all, Johnny Somali wasn't even getting a lot of views, chat. He was getting like 300 concurrent maximum. So that was blown out of proportion. This guy's one of the biggest streamers in France. It's a very different situation, in my opinion.
I've got a couple warnings and disclaimers. Well, first of all, this is something that does involve a death. So once again, as always, when this happens, please be respectful in the chat. If you're in the live chat or in the comments as well, we just try to be respectful of everybody involved. We do not know all of the facts yet. I'm giving you an initial report, which if I find anything that's incorrect, if I make a misstatement, if I had information that was mistranslated, I will issue a correction. I will have an update, but I'm just getting that out there as soon as possible. And this also deals with content that indeed talks about humiliation, talks about, there's some...
Okay, dude, I don't want to hear the whole intro. Let's go. Get to the facts.
They're not going to keep that information up on the platform. But he was quite popular, almost 200,000. I think it was 193,000 followers on Kick. So very large following there on that platform as well as on TikTok. Now, he died at
age of death, 46, died on stream August 17th and 18th. Investigation open, waiting on autopsy. Jesus Christ. For past 10 days, bro. Can you imagine getting tortured for 10 days? Humiliated on stream by your quote-unquote friends? Oh my God, bro. What kind of world do we live in? And this was in France. I'm surprised that something like this hasn't happened in the United States yet.
age 46, he died on stream on the 17th and 18th. An investigation has been opened by law enforcement, but they're still, according to latest reports, waiting on an autopsy, which will tell us a lot about how he died. It has been reported that by some sources, that he had a heart condition and was taking heart medication. So certainly if he died of cardiac arrest or something related to that, that would lead people to think, is there a causal chain? Did something cause him to have abnormal stress on his heart? Did he have abnormal pressure? Whatever. Are there any conditions that would have led to that? Or
if he had a heart condition and he was doing this shit, then he had to be slow or something, chat. Who the fuck in their right mind has a heart condition and you're putting yourself through all this fucking stress?
Contributed to that. And in this case, there is a situation, because what we had 10 days before was 10 days of humiliation on stream by his friends. And I'm putting quote unquote friends because it is hotly debated from what I've seen in the Francophone circles and in media, whether these people are his true friends.
No, of course not.
That were taking advantage of him.
Why would a bunch of 20-year-old streamers be friends with a 46-year-old dude. Let's keep it a buck, chat. They're exploiting this guy.
They go by the name of Naruto, Owen Senzazandati, and Safine. There were others involved as well. There's streamers that popped on and involved in this as well, but those two are the ones majorly mentioned, and they've come out and issued statements.
Instead of having a mafia-athon, he was having a torture-athon. A torture-athon.
Some of which I'm going to give you the recap of on the Fast.
Calling them friends is wild.
We'll play some of the videos so they'll see it. But it's been described as 10 days and nights of torture, extreme physical violence, and sleep deprivation, and ingestion of toxic substances. Now, I'm just doing some clips here, but you see here they've got.
He said, why couldn't it be a Fousey?
They're punching him, kind of beating him up there.
This is crazy,
here,
bro.
Another video, and when you play it, this translation is lets out a mentally ill cry. This reactions and the reactions he often has are reactions you would see in somebody with mental illness.
No shit. Legal mindset.
It was not a normal person reacting. It was definitely something that I think if you look deeply into it, buried into it, there was some mental illness or something going on there in his mentality when you see the reactions. The
problem is that we don't speak French, so we can't get all of the context. But that's why I was asking, is this guy in his fucking sound mind? Is he sound of mind? Or is he a little bit autistic? Is he slow? Does he have a mental issue? Because from an outside perspective, without being able to speak French, just looking at this at face value, I see 4 young guys in their 20s, maybe early 30s, and I see a guy that's old as fuck and looks like he's malnourished. He's probably not even making, they're probably taking money from him too. He's definitely being exploited.
Shoot him with paintball guns. Put him in the kind of locks, and hold him down, etc. And punch him.
It's like a fucking Josh Block, but worse.
Choke him out. You see here, there's a bunch of guys.
That's crazy.
Teaming up. They got his hand around his neck. They're kind of choking him out.
What the fuck is this?
This guy's just sitting there watching. Right. This was this type of content.
Is this content? Is this what we call content nowadays, chat? That's what I want to know. Seriously. Is this content? If you're watching this, you're sick in your fucking mind, bro. I'm sorry, dude. I said it, chat. Mama! I said it. If you're watching this kind of content with a straight face and you think that this is content, oh man, you guys should have saw the stream last night. That shit was crazy, bro. They choked him out, then they shot him with paintballs, and then they waterboarded him. That's not content, bro. You have a torture fetish. You're almost as mentally ill as the other guys. Who in their right mind watches that and thinks that's content, bro? The fuck are we watching, dude?
Humiliation content that they were doing for
humiliation content.
See here, he's been held back and they're covering him with some substance. I don't know whether they're making him eat it or not, but it's all over him. And one of the most
they all pinched his ball sack and twisted his nipples.
These are two separate instances.
And he looks malnourished.
This is his friend there, Naruto, who was calling him up and kind of hanging the sword of Damocles of his livelihood and his housing, kind of saying, hey, you've got to do this if you want to stay alive, if you want to have your livelihood or your dreams, you want to, stay inside, you've got to keep doing this. You can't give up, and kind of talking him into continuing this thing. And you can see here's the money tracker, right? So obviously he is making money on this. There's
crazy
money to be made on this, right? But
is he making the money, or is somebody behind the scenes taking the money? That's the real question. Because this could be a whole Josh Block situation. It looks to me, when I'm watching this chat, the first thing it brings to my memory is Josh Block. This is a Josh Block situation. The only thing that Josh Block isn't getting hurt physically. He's getting abused mentally. He's getting drunk and manipulated, but he's not getting hurt yet.
But at what price? And in this right one, as you see, he's kind of dressed up here. He's got the stockings on, all this. They're humiliating him. He's actually on the phone with his mother. And his mother is begging him to please stop, please leave, please just quit. And, it's really a situation where he was put, between these friends and this lifestyle. And
I'm calling them friends, dude.
Doing on stream and these humiliation streams, and his mom, people care about him, saying, hey, look, you should stop this. And it was really heartbreaking to see that, because you can imagine if you're in that position that you're so desperate that you are having to go against your mom and others who care about you. That's a very dark place to be. That's a very, very dark place to have to exist for Jean. So what happens here? What are the legal considerations now that he's passed away? And of course, after this, he did pass away on stream while on stream. And even the chat was kind of pointing out, hey, this guy died on stream. So What are the legal considerations here? First of all, a lot of people bring up Section 230. It happens in the comments in the live chat. Guys, this is not US, so obviously we're not applying Section 230. But even if Section 230 was applied, this does not protect any crime. So to the extent that a crime was committed here, that would not be any protection for let's say, a platform under Section 230. Further, waivers and exculpatory clauses, which I believe in the French legal system, once again, I'm not a French lawyer, just did some research. It appears that they also have exculpatory clauses, and it appears they do not protect against criminal behavior. So you can't.
Holy 123 ZXC. Please don't spam the chat.
Protect against reckless endangerment, gross negligence, or intentional harm. That's similar to the American system. If you sign up for bungee jumping and they were reckless and they saw the rope was, half cut, and they let you jump anyways and you die because the rope snaps, yeah, that's reckless, right?
Yeah, they're liable.
Maybe even intentional, right? Yeah, that's not going to get them out of liability.
Yeah, you can't make somebody sign a waiver against bodily harm and then pull out a fucking 9mm and shoot them in the back of the head and think that it's gonna cover it. Like, you're a murderer no matter how you see it, buddy. That doesn't cover you.
Doing something that is reckless, that is grossly negligent, it's not going to get you out. It appears in many places in the world. And I believe, once again, I'm making the guess here, but from what I've seen, I believe France might be the same way. Also, it appears that France also has contributory negligence, which in French, fait de la victime. No? That is, contributory negligence is when you may have contributed towards that. I haven't reviewed all the video, and I don't know to what extent Jean may have come and added to it himself. Maybe he was doing something that contributed to the circumstances related to his death. Maybe he was not. That's something that come into play. Now, it does not completely block you from recovering damages in court or block you from liability or
recovering damages. The nigga's dead, so it doesn't even matter at this point. I just think that those guys should be thrown in jail. I'm not going to watch this whole long ass video chat. We already know what our take is here. Our take is that this shit is uncalled for. Everybody wants to be a streamer nowadays. Everybody wants to be doing the craziest shit for attention. And we're going down a dark path, guys. We're going down a shitty, dark, fucked up path. And the way I see it, if we continue this way, things are going to get darker. And Kick, honestly, look, to Kanai's point, if this was a small, no-name streamer and they were doing all this shit to him and he died, I would say, okay, fine. It's a small streamer. Nobody was aware of the situation and it got out of hand and he got killed. But when it's like the biggest fucking streamer in France and you're going to tell me that they weren't aware of the situation, dude? No way. I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it. There's moderators. They have a team in different countries. They know what's going on. There had to at least be a few people reporting this guy, bro. From what I'm seeing from the clips that I saw, if I had been watching it, I would have reported it. No cap. I'm not even joking. If I had jumped in on one of these guys' streams and I would have seen what I saw today in the clip that I saw, I would have reported that shit. There's no way. So I know if I felt that way, there's probably many other people that feel that way as well. Yo, Danny boy, thank you for joining the stream, bro. Hope you're having a great afternoon, man. If I felt that way, I'm sure there were plenty of other people, whether they're in France or not, whether they're French-speaking people or not, who reported it. Because the shit they were doing to this guy was insane. The choking and the waterboarding, that's light work. They were doing all kinds of shit to this man, bro. They were hitting him. They were beating him up. They were doing all kinds of shit to this guy. And you're telling me that nobody reported that shit? That has to be cap. No, they didn't care. Kick didn't care. Kick was like, yo, moderation to hell. To hell with moderation. To hell with moderation. And I just think that it's an unfortunate situation when you have people that are mentally ill or mentally unwell or autistic getting taken advantage of by other people. And the same thing, I'll say it again, the same thing with Josh Block. The Josh Block situation, I've said it on stream many times. I think that it's inappropriate. I think that he shouldn't be on stream. I think that he should have a caregiver or somebody taking care of him. And they shouldn't permit that type of activity because when you let this guy get surrounded by a bunch of demons that are just trying to make money off of him, it's GG's for him. And they don't care if he dies or not. They don't care if anything happens to him or not. He's a cash cow. And I'm pretty sure that these people, these French friends of his, saw him the same way. He was a cash cow. Easy money. Free, easy money. All we need to do is beat this guy up on stream and we'll make a bag. Count me in. That's what they were thinking. They were pressuring him. They were coercing him to do all kinds of shit. They didn't care about his well-being. All they care about is making money for themselves. They were extremely selfish, and they were very clear about it too. I saw a clip where they were literally surrounding him, and they told him, we need you to say it on camera right now that if you die, it's not our responsibility and that we have nothing to do with it and you have bad health. I saw the clip today, chat. So I would, honestly, if it was America and this happened, I would say premeditated murder. Premeditated manslaughter. Because that was like the day before he died, you guys had him and you're like, if you die during this streamathon, then that's just, I need you to say it on camera that it was your fault because you have bad health. And also knowing that the guy has bad health and still doing all this stuff to him, putting him through this ordeal is reprehensible, man. It makes you wonder, some people are just full on demons, bro. They don't care about anyone else at all. I always say I'm a big pocket watcher. I like making money. I want to get more money. But shit, I got a conscience at least. Some people have no conscience, man. They'll do anything. They'll do literally anything. They don't care. They don't care how it affects the other people. They don't care about the consequences. They could give two fucks if he dies right there in their hands. All they care about is making that money. And they were making money. I'm surprised. Because I was talking to Bailey earlier about this. And I was telling her, like, oh, they're probably not making that much money. They were making a lot of money, bro. $40,000 from one stream. That's a lot of fucking money. Fuck. And it just shows you how sick and mentally ill people are. People will pay to see another guy get tortured. Fuck, bro. I said, okay. We got to jump to another topic because this shit is dark, bro. It's getting me in my feelings. This stream, tonight's stream has been going, it's going south fast, dude. No cap, chat. Dark topic after dark topic after dark topic. We started off with the Venezuela-American war and the cartel. And now we're talking about this fucking streamer that got killed by his quote-unquote friends. Got me in my feelings. Craziest thing is, Virgo dropped a video and it's on the topic. Let's fucking see what Virgo has to say. Not about that particular topic, but in general. Title of the video is The Art of Killing Yourself for Views by Alex the Virgo. Friend of the channel, by the way. Let's go ahead and jump in and see what he has to say in general here.
Two toasters should cancel each other out. Alright. Death Wish! Yep. Sip. Uh-oh. Nope.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Help me. Help me. We can help. Get out.
You know that hanging trend? Everyone's trying it. Looks simple until your grip gives out. Holding your whole body weight, that takes serious strength. Forearms, shoulders, core, everything's working.
We live in a society where
whenever I see, and sorry for cutting you off, Alex, whenever I see these videos of the teenagers like climbing buildings and doing extreme parkour, I always think to myself, bro, you're so desperate for attention that you're willing to put your life in danger for a few fucking views. You're willing to put your whole life, your future ahead of you, in danger for a few fucking views. But then I gotta say, it's survival of the fittest, right? Survival of the fittest. You weren't fitting into any niche, so your genes are not gonna get passed on because you're a dumbass. You took yourself out. You won a Darwin Award.
Has become socially acceptable for people of high status and influence over young impressionable minds to not only disregard the same influence, but also outright abuse it for monetary and brand gain. As of recently, there was a story about a man named Jean-Paul Manove.
He is covering the same. I didn't know he was going to cover this
one of France's biggest streamers, who was, as of yesterday, found dead on the stream after going through extraneous amounts of stress and trauma due to the streaming marathon.
An investigation has been launched into the death of a French streamer known for extreme challenges. Raphael Gravin, also known as Jean Parmenov, was found dead at a residence in Contes, a village north of Nice, prosecutors said. The 46-year-old had been subject to bouts of violence and sleep deprivation during streams and died in his sleep during a live broadcast, according to local media. French government minister Clara Chapas described Raphael's death and the violence he endured as an absolute horror, adding he had been humiliated for months. A spokesperson for Kick, a live streaming platform,
I don't mean to laugh, but dead on stream is crazy, he says. And Holy says, people don't know who they're related to anymore. They're accidentally inbred. That's why they have so much mental illness and physical illnesses.
See the company.
I mean, I don't know, bro. It depends on what village. Honestly, I think that to a certain degree, there's always been a percentage of people with mental illness. The problem is that we're glorifying people like that.
He was urgently reviewing circumstances around the streamer's
death. George Floyd all over again.
Guidelines were designed to protect creators, and Kick was committed to upholding these standards across our platform. The prosecutor's office confirmed it had opened an investigation into the cause of death and ordered an autopsy, the AFP news agency reports.
And when you go look at the clips, it's obvious
the clips are crazy.
Not only a little bit behind in the brain, but it's also obvious that he wanted it to stop.
Like, what is this, bro? Those are his friends. His friends.
And to make
friends,
it worse,
by the way,
throughout this whole stream, people were laughing, commenting, and donating as if this wasn't a real man in
living demons.
Bande de putain! Je m'en téléphone dans le truc! Oh, c'est tout ça!
But see, this is one.
Yo, Danny boy, thank you, man. This shit is so dark. Actually, tonight I feel like I'm not having a good stream at all, guys. This stream tonight has been so fucking dark. Yo, tonight has been the darkest stream I've had since I started streaming, chat. Every single topic we've talked about tonight has been dark.
Days and really content creation as a whole. It's all for the nature of the stream, for the nature of a clip in the name of content.
That's crazy.
First person in the world. Come on.
Crazy.
We constantly see others and even sometimes ourselves as the
Oh, he says, I'm talking about the French guy. Danny, I think that anybody who sits down and watches one of these streams, they're just not right in the head, man. They're not right in the head. He says, this stream is putting me to sleep.
Or going viral. I mean, just look at how Kai Cenat looked and described himself coughing up blood and literally being hooked up to an IV just to get through his 30-day stream during his Mafia-thon.
This morning, I was coughing up blood this morning, right in the cup.
Crazy.
Look at that cup, this blood, this spit. I am sick. Cause my chest is all clogged.
Read that you were coughing up blood.
Oh yeah.
So did you eat something? Were you that fatigued?
I got sick, bro. I don't know what happened, but it was like a good 4 days of me just dying. Like I'm
And you want to do it again?
What?
The Mafia-thon.
I mean, if it holds a future for me to do it again, I'm gonna do it again. There be times where you don't want to be in here, but it's just about commitment. Like I'm so big on once I say I'm gonna do something, I gotta do it.
And see,
I just think that you can't kill yourself just to try and make it, chat, because what's the point? What's the point? A lot of people have asked me in the past, like, yo, Scott, when are you going to do a 24-hour stream again? And I'm thinking to myself, I don't think I want to do a 24-hour stream again, chat. It don't even matter that when we did the 24-hour stream, the followers I have on Twitch, most of the followers that I have on Twitch all came from that 24-hour stream. That night, if you go back and watch the video, chat, I got like 100 fucking followers on Twitch during the 24-hour stream. But was it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it worth killing yourself for fucking views to impress who? What's the point? And also, those people don't even tune in. What's the point of doing something and getting a bunch of followers that don't even tune in or engage? I'm not going to kill myself to fucking make it to the top, chat, especially when it's not even going to pay off. And what happens when you make it to the top and you die? What happens when you kill yourself making it to the top? You finally get there and your fucking heart goes out because you weren't eating properly, you weren't sleeping properly, you weren't taking care of yourself, you were pushing yourself 10-10 every single day. For what? For what? Because you were in a rush to meet some goal that you put in your head? He says, you'll never succeed with this mindset. Homie said, you better kill yourself to get to the top. If you don't kill yourself to get to the top, GG's. You know the crazy thing is, Danny boy? The crazy thing is I already did this, bro. I already did this. How do you think I became a guy who makes six figures, high six figures, and got a McLaren supercar and all that? I already did this shit. I already killed myself once. When I was learning how to code, I would come home from my job and work on studying how to code until 3 in the morning every single day. And then I'd wake up again at 6 in the morning and go to work. I already did that shit. And yeah, it paid off, but it could have turned south very quick. I could have got sick very quick. I probably lost years of my life doing that shit without knowing it. So am I gonna do that again? Am I gonna stream every single day until 3 in the morning again? And not sleep? He says, code, yeah, buddy, your job's gone soon. Okay. I mean, you might be right on that one, but I'm pivoting. That's why I'm streaming. That's why I'm making content. That's why I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. And I have hella money saved up, like literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm good as long as nothing crazy happens that makes me spend that money. But in a long about way, and I don't want to say it because I don't want to put words on myself. Imagine you did go and learn how to code and you do get a job making high six figures and you do save hundreds of thousands of dollars and the coding jobs go away and you say, oh, well, I got a lot of money saved. I'm good. And then you do end up getting sick and using all that money to pay for your bills. And you got sick because you didn't take care of yourself in the process of getting to that goal. The irony, it's... So my point is that in life, you got to do everything in moderation. I want to be a top streamer, chat. And I know I have the potential to be a top streamer. But am I going to kill myself on the way there? That's the question. Am I going to kill myself on the way there so that when I get to the top, I can't even enjoy it? I can't even take advantage of it? Am I? Is it worth it?
It's so sad where we've gotten to a point where people look at something like that and go,
Health insurance can only cover so much, Danny boy.
ah, he's a real grinder. We see it as something to be praised. Or I show speed traveling to all these different places and getting himself in the most dangerous situations in the name of the stream to entertain the viewers.
Damn, he could have lost his eye.
Likely going viral and building a brand for using the sex offenders list to have sex, and even going as far to giving STD reviews after contracting them in said situation.
STD reviews is insane. I'm not gonna even lie.
I've gotten burnt in Japan and in the Philippines, so let's compare and contrast them and talk about it. When I got burnt in Japan, it was my first time being burnt, so I was super depressed and it was visible. I had a lot of
damn likely needs to be studied.
A lot of pain. But when I got burnt in the Philippines, I've already been there before and it didn't hurt that much. It wasn't visible, you couldn't even tell, so I was still seeing other girls while I was burnt. But yeah, Japan is definitely way worse. Even though I feel like the Philippines is still more dirty, I would recommend getting burnt in the Philippines over Japan.
While yes, it's funny, yes, it's entertaining, and all that good stuff, I think all of these things as of recently is a reflection of a more dangerous culture. Because as I said, these people are influencers with millions of children watching them. The reason Michael Jackson never cursed in his songs or partnered with things that were anti-black or potentially harmful or non-accommodating for children is because he understood he had tons of influence. He understood how many children and even just people trusted and followed his brand, held on to his words. But all of these streamers and content creators don't. Or maybe more so it is that they do, but they quite literally just don't care about the people through the screen who are going to follow in their footsteps.
It's because we live in a different era now, Alex, and nobody cares about the consequences of their actions or how it affects other people. Danny Boy says, why do you think Kai and Speed still push so hard, even though they are basically set for life? Daily news streams keep coming up. It's because they've become obsessed with the game, Danny Boy. They've become obsessed with the game. It's like people who have a ton of money. They're always going to want more money. It's the same thing with clout. It doesn't matter how much clout or fame you have, you're going to want more. And when you feel like, when you feel like your influence and your power is slipping, you're going to panic and do the most to try and get it back. That's just human nature. Holy says 120 milligrams of Adderall a day is usually what they're on. Now with Ambien, Xanax, it's messed up. I don't know what he's trying to say, but okay. He says people lose their lives playing video games 15 hours a day and going to work, staying up 7 days a week, sleeping 24 hours every other 8th day to be the best. Yeah, that's actually insane. He says more you have, more you want. Exactly, Peso. And it's back to what I was saying a few days ago. When you get to that mountain, there's another mountain on the horizon, man. When I was a brokey, chat, let me tell you guys a little story here. When I was a brokey, I used to tell myself and tell my brother, yo, if I only had $50,000 a year, if I could make $50,000 a year, I would be happy. I would settle. $50,000 a year, you're set, bro. Why would you want? All I need to do is get $50,000 a year and I'm set. I would tell my brother that shit all the time. All I want to do is get $50,000 a year. Mind you, I was making $29,000 a year. I'm like, if I get $50,000, I'm set. Fast forward, I get my first 6-figure job. I started my job, my career, making $100,000 off the bat, right? That was the first software engineering gig I got. $100,000 off the bat, chat. And for a few weeks, for a few months, I was happy with that shit. I was like, damn, I'm making a lot of money now. I'm making 5-6 times what I was making before. Life is good. Life is good. All my dumbass brothers in the chat. Life is good. And I'm like, damn, life is good. But quickly, chat, after about, I'm going to say a year and a half, 2 years, that shit got old. You know why it got old? Because once you get to the level where you want to be, you look on the horizon and there's more levels, dude. Life is like a video game. There's more levels. You get what you want, right? You get the supercar, chat. The first car I wanted, first of all, my brother's in the chat. He could, if he wasn't being an asshole, he could vouch for me. The very first car that I was wanting, my dream car, was a Mazda Miata, chat. Think about that for a second. Mama! My very first dream car was a Mazda Miata. I was like, if I could only get a Mazda Miata, man, I'll be so happy with my little Mazda MX-5. That's my dream car. If I can just get a Mazda. I got the Mazda and I was like, this shit is ass. If I can only get a Porsche, any Porsche, give me any Porsche, man. If I can get a fucking little Porsche 718 entry-level car, I'll be happy. I ended up getting a fucking Porsche 718 Spider, chat. And I was happy for a few months. And then I was like, you know what I need? I need a Lamborghini or a McLaren or a Ferrari. Let me get the Lamborghini, the McLaren, or the Ferrari. If I can just get a Lamborghini, McLaren, or Ferrari, I'll be happy. I'll be satisfied. I got the McLaren. Once I had the McLaren, I was like, fuck, dude. I got a McLaren, but shit, I need to get a big 720S. If I can only get a big 720S, I'll be happy. And I guarantee you, chat, if I get a 720S, I'm going to be like, yo, I need a Lamborghini SVJ. If I can only get a Lamborghini SVJ, I'll be happy. You'll never be happy. That's the whole thing. The whole thing about life is you'll never be happy, bro. You're always going to want more. And it's the same thing with clout. Guys like Kai Cenat, it doesn't matter how much clout he gets. It doesn't matter if he's the #1 person on Twitch. He's going to want to be the #1 person on YouTube too. He's going to want to be the #1 person on Kick. He's going to want to be the biggest content creator on the planet. It doesn't matter. That's life. The reality is that he rented a car from a close friend. Oh my God. This nigga is started. Yo, this nigga loves starting rumors. He said McLaren wasn't crashed. It had to get returned to the friend. Yeah. He says, bro just got exposed. Hashtag exposed. He rented the Porsche. He says, no way. He rented them. 1976 Chevelle Mustang can cost up to 1.2 million if it's basically brand new. He says, pics are AI. He says, makes sense. You got me there. The AI pics went hard, right, chat? Shit, bro. I was making AI pics, AI videos, AI everything. But no, seriously, chat. My point is that in life, you're always going to be chasing that mountain. And when you get to the top of the mountain, there's another mountain on the horizon, and you're like, okay, shit, there's another mountain. When you get to that mountain, you see another mountain on the horizon. And when you're down in that valley, you can't see the next mountain. You think it's the top. You think, oh shit, okay, if I reach this peak in my life, I'll be happy. But when you get to the peak, you see more shit that you want. You see more things. And there's things that you didn't know existed that open up to you. And you're like, oh shit, I need to get this now too. It's like watches. I'm like, oh, I want a Rolex. I went and ordered the Rolex. And now I'm like, shit, I ordered the Rolex. I haven't even got the Rolex yet. And I'm already like, man, I need a Philippe Patek. I need a better watch. I don't even have the Rolex hasn't even arrived yet. And I'm already like, I need to do something else. I need a better watch. But the point is, don't kill yourself doing it. Don't kill yourself doing it. He says, if he really had what he claimed, he would be traveling, not stuck in Florida. This fucking guy, bro. Yo, guys, don't listen to Panamanian deadbeat chat. A fucking panoxin. He says, Rolex are investments. That's the only thing, Ethan, that I'll give you there. That the Rolex, even though it's not a Philippe Patek, even though it's not a Richard Mille, it's going to hold its value way more than a fucking Richard Mille. He says, you're just chasing clout. None of that shit you need. You don't even go outside. Kanai, you know what the crazy thing is, though? The crazy thing, chat, is if I went on stream, right? If I go on stream with the Rolex once it gets here, and I buy a thick-ass diamond chain, believe it or not, that shit will get you more followers. Because people love to look up to people that are living a lifestyle that they want to live. You know? That's why the big scammers, all of these finance bros, all of these fucking finance channels, if you watch their channels, the guys already have a bunch of jewelry, they have fucking watches, they try to flex a car, they try to flex their house, because people love to fucking people love to look up to people that have shit that they don't have. He says, on God, it won't. It will, bro, because when I show people the car key, when I say, yo, what is this? And they see the car key, we get followers, bro. Every time you do that, we get a follower. They're like, shit, this guy got some McLaren. Let me follow him. It works, dude. It literally works. Oh my God. He says, look at his walls. He's a crystal girl. This motherfucker came in here and he wants to troll. Look at this motherfucker wanting to troll, chat. Yo, this guy is living in squalor, guys. Don't listen to anything he says. He's delusional. He's a wantrepreneur. Imagine being a fucking wantrepreneur. Isabel says materialistic people. But that's the thing, Isabel. Those are the people you're trying to attract. If you're a finance guru, the kind of person that you're trying to attract is a fucking materialistic, shallow person. You're not trying to attract some guy who's sound of mind and who wants to put in the time to earn the money. You're trying to find the people that are trying to get rich quick. Because those are the easy fucking, the get rich quick people are the easiest ones to scam. If I was a finance bro, that's exactly what I would do. I would fucking target the people who are trying to get rich quick. Easy licks. Exactly, Vin. Those are the people that are going to buy the books. Those are the people that are going to buy the courses. Those are the people who are going to watch every single video and they're not going to put anything into practice. In this world, there's doers, and there's watchers. And I'm a doer. Unlike my younger brother, he's a watcher. Look at him watching me right now. Yeah, little bro. Look up to me, little bro. Homie's a watcher. I'm not a watcher, chat. I'm a doer. I said I was going to start streaming, and look at me. I've been streaming for almost a year now. Right? We've been streaming for 9 fucking months. I'm a doer. And that's what separates the people that are successful from the people that are not successful. The people that are not successful, they're not doers. They sit around, they do research forever, and they never actually do the thing that they said they were going to do. Sitting around and doing research forever, that's ridiculous. That's a waste of time, bro. You're never going to do the thing. You're just doing research. You got analysis paralysis, bro. You got to go out and do the thing. You can't say, oh, I'm researching. They start a company. The first thing they do is, let me design a logo. They spend a month designing a logo. Then they're like, oh, we need to come up with a company name. We got to have a meeting to have a company name. We have a meeting to do a logo. We have to have a meeting to build a website. Like, nigga, when I'm starting a website, it's velocity, bro. When I started doing e-commerce, I didn't sit around for days trying to come up with a name of the company or a logo or any of that bullshit. I opened the website on Shopify. Within the 14-day trial period, I already got customers. My brother wants to be in here hating, but he knows what I'm saying is true. I started a company called The Market. It was a marketing company. It was called The Market, themarket.com. And I opened up my Shopify, and as soon as I opened up the Shopify, I started getting customers. Within the 14-day trial period of the Shopify, I already had customers lined up. He says, bro, been trying to start a marketing company since 2018. This guy's a hater. He's a hater. I had customers and we were making money, so shut the fuck up, dude. The thing is that I started it and I didn't procrastinate. I didn't sit around and say, oh, I'm gonna start a fucking company. Let me come up with a logo. The company didn't even have a logo, chat. It didn't have a logo. It didn't have anything. All it had was the website domain, a Shopify that was bare bones, that had a few brochures on it, and that was it. If it had been my brother, he would have sat around for months talking about, oh, I got to come up with a name for the company. He would have sat around for months talking about making a name for the company, and then he would have been like, oh, we got to make a website. Then we'd be like, oh, we got to do a logo. And before you know it, a whole year has passed and you haven't sold not even one product. You've wasted a whole year planning. That's the difference between a nigga who has action behind him and a nigga who's procrastinating. And going back to Panama, he says, big bro in Panama making moves. Not going back to Panama. The reason he went back to Panama is because that's his safe spot. That's his safe place. Now, if he had grabbed his bags and moved to fucking Thailand or moved to fucking Bali or somewhere in Europe, I would be like, okay, shit, nigga's going out of his safe zone. He's working on his shit overseas. I got to give him credit. But going back to Panama is the equivalent of going back to, he might as well just moved into his mom's house. He says, I'm making money moves on G, no cap. Guarantee he's not making money moves, chat. He basically went back to his mom's house. Then he tries to call me today and flex his little apartment. Bro, when I said it earlier in the stream, I'm going to repeat it again because you weren't in here. Come back to me and flex your apartment when you have an apartment in Panama and you're paying $5,000 a month. When you're in Panama and you're paying $5,000 a month for an apartment, then you can come back to me and try and flex it. Don't be flexing no $1,300 a month apartment, bro. I don't want to see it, nigga. I don't want to see it. Unless the apartment is $5,000 and up, don't even show me that shit. I don't want to see it. You're broke. Unless you're making $20K a month, nigga, don't even talk to me about money. Don't even talk to me about money. Oh, that's the other thing. Yes, Vin. Thank you, Vin. The other thing is, unless you're paying $5,000 a month for the apartment and you're living by yourself in that bitch, you're fronting the money yourself, don't even talk about me. Diamond Rolly Avalanche was real. Waxman says, oh shit. This nigga moved back to his mom's house. Oh my God, I can't make it in America. Let me go back to Panama. He changed servers on us, chat. Homie, the American server was PvP. Hard mode, he said, nah, I'm gonna change servers. Put me in the fucking easy mode server. He lowered the difficulty. Lowering the difficulty on life is crazy, bro. Next time, just move to India, my nigga. He says, bro, change location on Monkey app. Next thing, just move to fucking India, my nigga. Yo, Dragonite, thank you for joining the stream. He says, sup, bro? Oh, man, why stop trying to change his server like that? This nigga changed servers. He said, yo, I don't want to be in a PvP server anymore. Put me in a PvE. I'm tired of getting hurt. Jesus, dude. All I'm saying, my nigga, is you come back and talk to me when you're driving around in a supercar and you're paying $5,000 on an apartment where you live by yourself. Until that happens, don't even talk to me about money. Don't even talk to me about money. Because in Panama, for $1,400, you can have a nice apartment. It's the equivalent of an apartment that costs $3,000 or $4,000 here. So if you're gonna be in Panama, you better be in a fucking $5,000 apartment penthouse, nigga, with a helicopter on the roof and shit. If you don't have that shit, don't even talk to me. Don't even call me, bro. In fact, yo, little bro, don't even call me until you have a fucking supercar and a fucking penthouse. I don't want to talk to you. You don't got permission to talk to me. You don't got the credentials, my nigga. You can talk to me when you have the credentials. He says, yeah, y'all treat each other like ops. He is my op, Kanai. He's my biggest op, bro. You know, the craziest thing, Kanai, word to my mother, yesterday I got an alert on my phone. Apparently in 2023, my brother and I made a bet. And we betted that in 2025, August of 2025, he would have a supercar, a Lamborghini. And I had forgot about this bet. And yesterday on my phone, I got an alert. I put my phone, and it was like in my reminders, it was like, does your brother have a Lamborghini yet? If he does not have a Lamborghini, he owes you $5,000. So now this nigga owes me $5,000. Where my $5,000 for, bro? I want that shit in large bills only. Because in 3 years, you haven't been able to get a supercar. Where my $5,000, bro? He says, reset the timer, little bro. I'm locked in. That's cap. This nigga fled the country because he had $5,000. Mama! Help me! This nigga is so full of cap. He says, you gotta stop talking tough like you didn't have anxiety attack in stream. This nigga, bro, he said, reset the timer. You know what? We should reset it. You want me to reset it, little bro? I'll reset it, but instead of $5,000, now it's gonna be $10,000 with interest. How about that? Let me set the reminder again. $10,000 with interest, bro. If you don't have a supercar by next year, I'm giving you one. And now instead of 3 years, it's 1 year. I'm resetting the fucking reminder right now. This fucking guy, chat. Reminders here. I'm resetting the reminder right now. It says bet $5,000. We made that bet on the 24th of August, 2022. I'm resetting it. So now I'm going to set this for 2026. August. You're on the clock, my boy. If I was you, I would close the stream right now and just get to work, my nigga. Because you're cooked. I just set the new bet, chat, for August the 21st, 2026. If this nigga doesn't have a supercar or the amount of money that you would need to buy a supercar, it's gonna be $10,000 you owe me, nigga. $10,000 fucking dollars. He says, hey, yo, pause. Anxiety attacks. That's the gayest thing I ever heard about. Vince says, and a Ford Focus is not a supercar. Literally yesterday, Wax. Why did I? Oh, because you guys, I did not have a panic attack yesterday. Look, well, I kind of did. Okay, I did. Help me. But it was because we were talking, they were telling me my life was over because Bailey's going to have a baby. They said, Scott, your life is done because you're about to be a dad. That's so much cap. Also, speaking of dads, this nigga's a dad. This broke-ass, bum-ass nigga's a dad. Imagine being a dad and you haven't made it yet. That's crazy work. Rob Roberts says, game over. Imagine being a dad and you haven't made it yet. You got no money, no career, nothing. You're living in Panama in squalor. Talking about, look at my $1,600 apartment. Look at the view. Nigga said, look at the view, like I was gonna be like, oh, ooh, wow, whoa. This nigga's living in fucking Bali. Nigga showed me some toxic waste view. Nigga showed me the Bahia Panama, the fucking toxic waste view. He says, repeat the cycle. He says, 40 years old having a panic attack. I'm not 40, by the way. That's a lot of dads. Repeat the cycle. This nigga's locked in repeating the cycle, chat. I told him he's like a hamster running on a wheel. This nigga, my brother, is like a hamster running on a wheel. Every single year, he does the exact same thing, chat. No cap. No cap on God. Every single year, this nigga does the same fucking thing. He quits his job in August, goes and tries to do some bullshit. It falls through, and by December, he's back again, talking about, oh, God, dude, actually, it didn't work out, dude. I'm coming back. I'm gonna be driving a truck for a few more months and saving some more money because it just didn't work out like I thought, man. Like, bro, it's okay, man. Every single year he does the same thing. Rob, what jealous of? Why would I be jealous, bro? Jealous of being broke? He says, you sound jealous. Why would I be jealous of him? He has nothing. You know the crazy thing about my brother is, chat? Tonight we're just roasting this nigga. You know what the crazy thing about my brother is? He had a job making $300,000 a year. In 2022, or maybe 2021, I think it might have been 2022. He had a job making $300,000 a year. That's literally more than what I make right now, chat. The big $300,000 a year. And homie quit his job to do some bullshit, and he had nothing to show for it, dude. He had nothing to show for it. No cars, no clothing, no experiences, nothing. How do you make $300,000 a year and you're still living paycheck to paycheck, man? Don't make no sense. That's why all I can do is laugh at him, because this nigga don't make no sense. He makes no sense, dude. He's a lost cause, chat. You guys don't know him like I know him. He says, for you to go in every time he's mentioned, you definitely got some secret animosity. Oh, of course I got royalty. Can I? This nigga's public enemy number one, bro. This nigga ruined my life, chat. I don't know why he got born. Why did you get born, bro? Seriously. My life was perfect before this nigga was born, bro. I had all the attention, only baby boy. And then this nigga was born and he took all the fucking attention. Almost got me kicked out of the house. Fuck that nigga. That nigga ruined my goddamn life. He ruined my goddamn life. And he continues to ruin my life until now. Damn, my nigga. Nigga ruined everything, bro. He destabilized my entire family. He says, Scott talking like he's a sophomore in high school. This nigga ruined my entire life, chat. I bet my mom moved back to Panama when we were kids because of this nigga. 100%. 100%. He fucked up everything. Go back to where you came from, bro. This nigga ruined my goddamn life. He says, so the parents like him more? Nigga, this nigga, he was living on easy. This nigga has lived his whole life on easy mode. That's what pisses me off about this nigga. He's lived his whole life. He says, tell him about your hidden talent. That's your hidden talent, bro. Yo, Martina402, thank you for joining the stream over there on Kick. That's your hidden talent. Yo, chat, this nigga has a hidden talent, dude. I don't know if it's unused. He probably used it a few times in the past. And I'm like thinking to him, I always tell him, like, God probably looks down from heaven like, yo, why hasn't this guy been using his talent? The Glock 3000 talent, bro. Go out, nigga. Somebody needs to get this nigga and put him on a corner. Let him go suck some dicks. Pause. Actually, I shouldn't even said that shit. That shit might get me violated here on YouTube. And GTA. Dick's Sporting Goods, bro. Dick's Sporting Goods. Somebody should go have this nigga work at Dick's Sporting Goods so he can use his secret talent. Go use your secret talent, bro. You're gonna be like Kanye West. This nigga, bro. Jesus Christ. He says, how do you know that, Scott? I don't know it, Vin. But he always be living with other men, so it must be his secret talent. I'm just like, yo, go use your secret talent, buddy. He says, Fortnite duos, little nigga. Oh, are you live? You want to play Fortnite? This nigga wants to play Fortnite now. Now he wants to change topics, chat. He's literally living with another man. He says, hey, yo, how do you know that? You're living with another man right now, bro. Do you want to play Fortnite so I can teach you how to play the fucking game? The only reason I say probably we shouldn't play Fortnite is because right now we have decent views, and if we play Fortnite, that's just going to go to shit. So I don't want to play Fortnite. I'm going to continue reacting to content. But my bottom line is that this guy's a joke, bro. He's a joke, chat. And you guys gas him up. That's what pisses me off the most. Why do you guys, the bot bros, why do you guys gas him up? He's a fucking joke. He's a fucking joke, chat. He says drama and views going up. He can't do nothing, bro. Guys, back in 2019, yo, look, I'm not gonna lie. In the past, there was a moment where I was proud of this nigga for 1 minute. I'm not gonna lie, chat. In 2019, I was proud of him for a month. For 1 month, I was proud of him. He opened up an Amazon FBA, right? If you guys don't know what Amazon FBA is, it's when you're selling products on Amazon. This nigga, it was the first time I ever saw him actually do something, actually do it, actually accomplish it. And I was like, damn, I was impressed. Look, I'll give him credit where credit is due. He managed to impress me one time in his fucking life. Because he called some Chinese factory. He made a deal with the factory for some product. And he got the product shipped to America. And he started selling it on Amazon. And he started making real money. And I was like, oh shit. This motherfucker's really making money. No way. Fuck. Shit, he called China? How'd he do that? Damn, he got a product? It's on Amazon? Oh, fuck. It's selling? It's sold out? Oh, he's doing the second round? Oh, shit, it's sold out again? I was impressed. I was like, damn, okay. This nigga might be onto something. He might actually be onto something. So, nigga's making money on Amazon, right? And my sister has a wedding in Panama. Panama's this nigga's downfall. Nigga, Panama is your downfall.
Help me.
That's what you don't understand. Mama! Every time you go to Panama, you fuck up. Panama's his downfall. Chat, he was locked in. He was making money. The product was selling out. We go to Panama, right? We stayed in Panama for 1 month. We ran out of money. And I'm looking at him like, yo, how do you have so much money, bro? This nigga spending left and right. Going to the club. Yo, drinks are on me. Everybody, drinks are on me. Whole club. Yo, drinks are on me. Everybody in the club. It's on the house. And I'm thinking to myself, how does this nigga have so much money? What is he doing? Did my brother join the cartel? How does he have so much money all of a sudden? Come to find out, the money he was spending was the money from the fucking Amazon FBA for him to renew the product. This nigga was partying with company money, chat. He spent all the money from Amazon FBA, all of it. And then he didn't have enough money to restock. So he couldn't buy more inventory. So he lost his listing. And I'm just like, this guy's a fucking idiot, bro. This guy is an actual fucking moron. Yo, on the rise, thank you for joining the stream. That was his ticket out of the fucking hood. He was about to make it out of the trenches, bro. Literally. By now, if he had locked in, instead of going to Panama and spending the money, if he had locked in, he could have been a millionaire right now, chat. I could have been looking up to him. I could have been like, yo, that's my brother, bro. My brother's a multimillionaire. My brother's a multimillionaire. He made an Amazon FBA shop and he spent, he went berserk on that bitch and he's multimillionaire status. But instead of reaching multimillionaire status, he's still a fucking brokey because he couldn't lock in. He spent all the money on whores and on alcohol and on partying and on trying to impress random strangers. He says, Scott butthurt because his bro carried him on stream like a baby crib. He says, why you airing out your brother's business? Fuck that nigga. He said he live and learned, Scott. Yeah, he learned not to be a dumbass. At that point, it doesn't matter because that's a once in a lifetime opportunity. He says, you're right, little nigga. First time, you're right. Even he knows he was right. That was your one opportunity, dude. That was the opportunity that destiny handed to you and you fucked it up. You fucked it up. I should pin that comment. He says, yeah, you're right. He says, you're right, little nigga. First time, you're right. That was your one opportunity. You squandered it. He said he should have bought a supercar and been cool. But Rob, buying the supercar made me money. Every single car that I've had has made me money, bro. He spent the money on girls, on alcohol, on partying. Nigga didn't even have a good pair of sneakers, bro. What is the point of making thousands of dollars if you're not even gonna have drip? He says, Joseph is living the life and you're hating. He says, you literally buy shit to impress strangers. But I buy shit for myself, can I? look, going out and buying a pair of $3,000 sneakers, yes, it does impress other people, but you also have the fucking tangible sneakers. Going out and spending $3,000 on alcohol, that's just fucking stupid. Because what do you have to show for it? Going out, he says, never forget Wisconsin. Oh my God. Vin had to bring that shit up, bro. The stream was going so good until you brought that shit up, bro. He says, never forget Wisconsin. He says, at least he happy. Money don't buy happiness, Scott. But the thing is, on the rise, I can go into my room. I can pull out several pair of sneakers that I bought. I can pull out clothes that I bought. I can pull out a bunch of shit, the Peloton bike, the computers, the camera, all the shit that I bought with the money. That's tangible, physical shit. Going and giving some girl $3,000, that doesn't make any sense at all, bro. That doesn't make any sense at all. What do you have to show for it? $3,000 for some pussy is crazy. You have nothing to show for it. This is and you can't say he lived and learned, because this has happened to him 2 times. 2 times, chat. 2 times in his life this has happened to him. It was his wife. Nah, she was for the streets, Vin. She was for the streets. This shit has happened to him 2 times. Because when he had that job making $300,000 a year, he also he went to Europe, and he went to fucking Panama, and he went to Mexico, and I don't know where else. He went to Colombia, and he just spent all the money on bitches and on partying. And when you spend the money on bitches and partying, you have nothing to show for it, bro. You can't show nothing. You have nothing to show for it. He says, gang, when you shit on your cousin's toothbrush, you can't complain about shit. Yo, Joseph, I told him about when I took the shit on Chalong's toothbrush. Jesus Christ, these niggas know my whole life story, dude. He says, Lamal. Oh my goodness, bro. I gotta get Chalong on this bitch, bro. I've got to get my cousin Chalong on this shit, so he can tell all the crazy shit we used to do when we lived in Panama. But my point is that this nigga don't got nothing to show for it, chat. Nothing to show for it. All he has is STD receipts. Yo, little bro, where are your STD receipts? He says, number 1, Wisconsin. Number 2, toothbrush. Number 3, Panama bus couple. Oh my goodness. He says, you either gonna spend money on your wife or on thoughts. Either way, you still gotta pay. Nah, bro. I mean, honestly, I don't really pay. He says, I can do an STD review. Oh my goodness, bro. This nigga, that's crazy, dude. All the money squandered, bro. And then what really pissed me off is in, what year was that? 2023? 2024? I had already agreed with him to start a trucking company, chat. I told you guys this story yesterday. I had already agreed with him to start a trucking company. You know what my mistake was? My mistake was that I agreed to start the trucking company in August. Mama! And we've already established that this nigga crashes out every August. Every single year, every August, this nigga crashes out. He's on a clock, dude. He's like a mouse running on a wheel. He's like a mouse running on a wheel. Every single year when August comes around, I don't know what happens to this nigga's brain. His brain gets fried, and he fucking crashes out, and he destroys his whole life, and then he has to start over again. Every single August. He says, wait until the baby comes out. He's paying. He says, Scott makes him a mod. Scott, make him a mod. Fuck no, I'm not making that nigga a mod. That nigga's dusty as hell. You want him to tarnish the channel royalty? Dragonite says, what happened in Wisconsin? That's a long story, Dragonite. That's a long fucking story. He says, I gotta go, little nigga. Let me know if you want to do some real nigga shit. Oh my goodness. Like what? Stand in front of a fucking open fire, warming my hands, nigga? Because that's what you're gonna be doing soon. I guess that's why he moved to Panama, right? Because he moved to Panama so he wouldn't have to stand in front of a open fire. You know, like in the movies and the niggas in New York when they make the fire barrel and they stand over it and they warm their hands with the fucking alcohol in the brown paper bag. He moved to Panama so he wouldn't have to do that shit. He's like, I can be destitute in Panama. The climate is pretty warm. Being homeless there won't affect me at all. He says, Joseph mod better than Scott, and he's not even a mod. He says, Scott gave all his money to a girl from Wisconsin. I didn't give that bitch no money, dude. I didn't give her no money. All I did was pay for her fucking flight, and she disappointed me. That was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Also, recently, chat, I found the girl who burnt. Look, I'm not going to lie. I've been burnt before. I got burnt one time. I got chlamydia from some hoe. And I found a few weeks ago, her fucking TikTok showed up on my fucking page. I'm tempted to show you guys. I don't know if I should show you guys or not. The girl who burnt me with chlamydia. This shit happened to me, bro. But if I show you guys the girl, you'll be like, okay, it was worth it. No cap. I hate to say it, chat. I know I sound like a dirty dog saying that. But if I show you what she looked like, you'll be like, okay. Okay. He says, this nigga's nasty. Okay. Royalty, that shit can happen to anyone, bro. That can happen to anyone, dude. You know, a lot of the times you judge a book by its cover and you're like, this girl's probably clean. He says, Scott keeping track of his exes. No, I'm not trying to, Isabel, I'm not trying to keep track of my exes. When you go on TikTok, the people you know show up in your like recommended. He says, don't dox her, Gooner. When you go on TikTok, the people that you know show up in your recommended. And that's the only reason. Royalty says, never had an STD, gang. Because you ain't got those numbers like that, Royalty. You got to be putting in numbers to get the STD, bro. The fuck? I was putting in numbers, chat. I don't think you guys understand. Your boy Scott was a fucking villain in these streets. I was putting in numbers. Numbers, bro. Big numbers. I was playing Russian roulette in the street. He says, you probably have a video of her on your... No! Mama! The worst part, Isabel, is I do. Oh my God, I do. I gotta confess, I do have it. I'm not even gonna lie. Shit. Fuck, you got me with that one. He says, don't dox her, just show a pic. Let me take a screenshot of her page really quick. I'll show you guys what she looked like. Just so you can see, and you can tell me if it was worth it or not. Because, in my opinion, oh my God, chat. Your boy Scott's a dirty dog, man. He's a dirty dog. Who's gonna care? Sorry, I gotta go to my TikTok. Following account, see more. I think it's under see more. Do the recommended not show up when you go on the website? Okay, I can just pull it up on my phone and I'll just pull up the account manually. And then I'll take a screenshot. Who's gonna care? Nobody cares. My point is that nobody cares. So you guys can see what she looked like. Because when I say, like, I'm a guy who has fucking, you know, I have standards, chat. I have fucking standards. But I was putting in fucking numbers, dude. Now, I don't know, Royalty. He says he raw dogs random huzz. Dude, it's not that you raw dog them in the beginning. Anybody ever, bro, have you ever met a chick and you've gone out with her a few times, you smashed a few times for a few weeks, like 3-4 weeks, and then one day you're like, you know what, let me just take this shit off. That's what happened. That's what happened. You get comfortable and you're like, I've been hanging out with this girl for weeks. So what are the chances of something happening? He says, yeah, sure, bud. How do I fucking, if I go into followers, it will show me in the recommended. That's what happened. That's how most niggas get burnt, to be honest. Most niggas that get burnt, they get burnt because after a while they put their guard down. That's all it takes, putting your guard down one time. Now, I already know you guys are going to say she looks basic. But here, I'm screenshotting it. You guys are going to get me in trouble, bro. If Bailey's watching the stream, she's going to crash out. Okay, I screenshotted it. And now where can how can I share it without saving it to, I'll send it to my computer. I'll share it on my computer and then I'm going to delete it. I already know this is going to get clipped. Because I know I can't trust you niggas, but either way, I'm going to fucking. I'll just share it to my computer. I'll share the screen. Now I'm going to delete it. Let me delete it from my phone too. I already know y'all are going to snitch, but whatever. Throw it over here. She's pretty basic. I'm not going to lie. She's basic white girl, but you can't say that she's ugly. He says black guy phone meme. What's a black guy phone meme? Phone meme. Here. This is what she looked like. Fuck. That's what she looked like. You guys saw it? I'll show it one more time before I delete it. That's what she looked like, chat. Anyways. He says, nah, you want to delete it, huh? I know she's going to get clipped. But yeah, that was the bitch that burnt me. That was the bitch that burnt me. And I was like, yo, you burnt me. What the fuck? And then she was like, stop. You're making me feel bad. I'm like, what the fuck, bitch? And I offered to pay for her clinic visit and she refused, bro. What is that? What, like that? Shh. Some people are just, I don't even know, bro. Rob says pass. He says, got burnt by this. That is nasty work. Oh my God, dude. All I know, chat, is that people are weird, dude. People are weird. Because I was like, yo, you know you got a fucking STD, you nasty hell. Like, I'll pay for you to go to the clinic. You can come to the clinic and we'll just fucking deal with it. And she was like, no. And then like a week later, she fucking ghosted me. What the fuck? And this was a chick that I had known for like a month at least. He says, Scott, peep Discord, LOL. He says, I'm good on the trailer park. I'm good on the trailer park is crazy. Let me see. Oh my God, who is this? Who is this guy? I don't get the meme though. Black guy phone meme. I don't get the meme. This nigga is chopped, bro. Look at the top of his head. He says, what a role model. It's cool to have STDs. Yo, royalty, it can happen to anyone, bro. It really can happen to anyone. Let's keep it real, chat. It can happen to anyone. The thing is, you got to deal with it at least. But that shit can happen to anyone in this world. It's not like, and also, if I got burnt one time, my brother, who was in the chat a second ago, has got burnt a gazillion times, bro. This nigga has been going to the STD clinic so many times, I've lost count. This nigga's gone to the STD clinic so many fucking times that I have lost count, chat. That we came home one day, look, nigga went to the clinic secretly, and they sent the bill to the house. Okay. Nigga went to the clinic secretly, and my dad was checking through the mail, and my dad's like, Joseph, this is your mail. It's from some clinic. And he opened that shit up, and it was an STD bill. Throwing Junior in the bus. Yo, because I gotta say, if you guys are judging me, that nigga was worse. He's worse than me, and he be fucking ugly bitches on top of it. At least I got standards, chat. At least the chicks that I went out with, the ones that I smashed, looked decent. They might not have been super duper supermodel baddies, but they were decent. I've never gone out with an ugly girl in my life. Never. He says, no Lucifer for bro. Oh my God. Look, chat. I've never gone out with an ugly girl. Not even one ugly girl, chat. I've always had standards. But my brother, if you want to judge me because I got an STD one time in my life, then you gotta judge my brother. My brother is the king of fucking STDs, chat. That nigga's getting STDs back to back. In Panama, no condom. He's the type of guy who will fucking fuck a hooker for $5 with no condom. And you guys want me to make him a moderator on this channel? Does it look like I'm gonna make a moderator on this channel be a degenerate? Oh my goodness, chat. This fucking guy, bro. He's not who you think he is. You rather trust that nigga over me? I'll tell you guys the truth. I tell you guys about my past. But my brother, he's living in a fucking fantasy, chat. He's pulled the wool over your eyes and you guys are eating it up. I don't know how he does it every single time. It's the same bullshit he did as a kid. Mom, it was Mikey. Mom, it was Scott. It wasn't me. And every time people believe him. And now my own chat wants to turn against me? No way, chat. You rather trust a degenerate? He probably has an STD right now. No cap. He probably has an STD right now. He's the kind of guy who won't even try to use a condom. He doesn't care. He's the kind of guy that will be the spreader of the STD. He's a super spreader, chat. And you rather trust him with your moderating? You rather trust that nigga? That dirty, dusty Panamanian nigga? He doesn't even have a job. He's literally unemployed. Oh my God, they rather have an unemployed guy be a moderator on my channel rather than me, a successful nigga. A guy who brings value to your lives. No way. Chronically unemployed. It's an understatement. It's an insult to the unemployed. He's a deadbeat. A deadbeat. And yet you rather trust him. How is that even possible? Am I such a scumbag that you guys don't trust me over him? A literal degenerate, unemployed, dusty Panamanian? I'm about to give up, chat. I'm about to fucking give up. He said, this coming from the guy with the baby on the way. Did the condom break? Honestly, I gave up on using condoms. But that was my point, bro. That's my point. My point is that after a while, you say, you know what? Why am I even using this? After a while, that's what happens. You say, why am I even using this? What are the chances of something bad happening? And you take it off one day. And that's when you get burnt. That's when you get burnt, chat, either by a child or by an STD. And that's what happened to me. He says, damn, just pay him to be mod at this point. Oh my goodness, bro. He's really a degenerate, chat. I wish I could show you. I wish I had a camera and I could show you guys the kind of shit he does. You know, when we go to Panama, I'll try and live stream everything so you guys can see what he actually does. Because you guys don't know what this nigga's about. The other thing is when he goes to Panama, it's like he's possessed. It's like a demon jumps into him. No cap. Last time I went to Panama with this nigga and the plane landed, as soon as the plane landed in the airport, he went crazy, dude. He looked like his eyes got googly. He started talking weird. He stopped a fucking taxi, jumped in it, and left. And I didn't see him for like 2 days. You guys know that nigga doesn't get no pussy in America, right? No, the only time he gets pussy is when he goes overseas. He's the definition of a passport bro. He says, Junior in chat, eyes we support. Fuck your brother. Oh my goodness. That's all I'm saying. He's the definition of a passport bro. Anyways, guys, let's get back to this fucking video. I went on too much of a rant tonight. It's his happy place. It's his safe. That's my point, Rob. It's his safe place. You can't be successful if you got to run back to your safe place, bro. He says, pussy is pussy, though. I know, but shit, bro. He went and lowered the difficulty. Why are you lowering the difficulty? He says, you're deflecting, Scott. Look, first of all, getting pussy in Panama is like, it's a layup. It's literally easy mode, chat. Literally easy mode. Literally easy mode. When I went to Panama with him that one time, the next day I was getting pussy. No effort. Didn't have to use any money. Didn't have to do anything. No effort. So it just tells me that he's the kind of nigga who wants to be lazy and put no effort into anything. Whether it be business, whether it be getting girls, Whether it be life in general, he just wants to be living on easy mode, bro. And I'm not the kind of guy who wants to live life on easy mode. There's no point in living life on easy mode, man. Why would you want to live life on easy mode? Like, I want to live life on fucking maximum difficulty. Maximum difficulty. Because that's when it really matters. That's when it's really an accomplishment. It's really an accomplishment when you do it on maximum difficulty. Is it so Scott take is getting caviar pussy? All I know, royalty, is that I want to live life on maximum difficulty, bro. He says, watching Scott sometimes reminds me of days in high school, talking about girls, cars, and what you have. Maximum difficulty, but doesn't go outside or interact with real people, but sure. And I'm locked in, dude. What part of I'm locked in do you guys not understand, bro? When I first started streaming, chat, back in November, I used to go out all the time. I'm locked in, dude. Or do you guys want me to not lock in? He says, okay, stream 30 days like Kai. Stand on business. I don't want to die, Robert. I didn't say I wanted to die. That night, the one time I did the 24-hour stream, I swear to God, I could have died that night, chat. I felt like I was going to die. I felt like I was going to die. Marv says, I don't know your brother, and I could care less, but talking shit about your brother this much has got to be rooted in something unresolved deep within you, bro. Otherwise, you just would care. You wouldn't care. Lol. He says, so is max difficulty how you got an STD? He says, oh, so I guess you want it easy. I mean, Rob, would you say streaming every single day for multiple hours and staying up until like 1 a.m. every night making clips is easy? I don't want it easy, but I don't want to fucking die doing it, dude. He says, yeah, locked in an apartment. I don't want to die doing it. Just give me until November, chat. Because if I wanted to not lock in, I would just go buy a car and just go back to doing what I used to do before. Easy peasy. He says, ask Kai. I'm not a streamer. If I wanted to not lock in, I would just go buy a car and go hang out with the boys. I wouldn't be, what's today? Today's Thursday? Okay, Thursday I would be here maybe. But on Wednesday, I would be outside hanging out with the boys. On Saturday, I would be hanging out with the boys. On Friday night, I'd be hanging out with the boys. On Sunday night, I'd be hanging out with the boys. And I wouldn't be locked in. And I'd be wasting money and wasting time. He said, Fousey did it also. So sometimes you got to give, delayed gratification, bro. Delayed gratification. I'd rather lock in for a few months, stream every single day, try to grow an audience, get to the next level, then go out and hang out with the boys every night, spend mad money driving around, doing dumb shit and wasting time. He says, what boys? You literally admitted that they stopped hitting you up. Yeah, James, because I don't got a car. If I got the fucking car, they'll hit me up again because they're fake. But I, to a certain degree, I guess I was fake too, right? He says, just, yo, James Grander is trying to break me down psychologically. He says, just admit it. Besides us, you don't have any people. I feel like I'm like in a re-education camp. You got, like I'm in a fucking psych ward. God, you don't have anyone else. Your life depends on us. Without us, you're nobody. Re-indoctrination camp over here. He says, this nigga talks like a audiobook that never made it. Oh my goodness. He says, fake for fake. I mean, to a certain degree, I think I was a little fake. Fake friends, let's do a 10-day stream. My fake, you think they would do it? I don't think they would do it. If it had to do with cars, they would. First of all, those people and me were not the same kind of person. I like cars because you guys already know. I know Kanai already knows why I like cars. I like cars because it's the flex and because I'm materialistic to a certain degree. Those guys, they like cars for a different reason from me. They are actually obsessed with cars. And they won't do anything that doesn't have to do with cars. So that's part of the reason why I never really hit them up. Because if I hit them up and say, yo, I'm doing a stream, you want to come over? They're going to be like, what kind of stream? Is there going to be a car involved? Are there Ferraris there? And they're going to not want to do it. because their whole life has to do with cars. He says Scott does have a cheap ass stroller for his baby. I mean, what would you consider an expensive stroller, Juan? He says having a McLaren but buying your firstborn a Temu stroller is crazy. Yo, you guys are we're back on the fucking attack Scott arc. We're back on the attack Scott arc. Having a McLaren but buying your firstborn a Temu stroller is crazy.
Help me!
Oh my goodness. You know, for a few days there, for a few weeks, we had gotten out of the attack Scott arc. Because remember that a few weeks ago, you guys were calling me whitewashed. Everybody was hating on me. My numbers were super duper low. Everybody was mad. I was feeling like shit. I finally got you guys back on my side. And now again, they're attacking me again. I'm back where I started. Whitewashed Scott. Soon it's going to be whitewashed Scott, and they're going to be saying a bunch of stuff. They're going to be dragging me again. By the way, guys, if you're watching the stream right now, please make sure you smash the like button. That's the only way the YouTube algorithm will pick up this stream. Let's see if we can get to 20 tonight, chat. But anyways, what I was saying is, yeah, I'm going to go back to getting attacked. He says, we attack you because we don't agree with your methods and takes. Bring on the hate. I'm already getting attacked on Reddit nonstop. Fuck those Reddit niggas. I'm tired of their bullshit. Are you guys seeing that? I'm getting attacked on Reddit nonstop, and then now I'm low key, chat. I gotta stop it, dude. I really do I gotta control myself, and I gotta stop it. Because if I'm not careful, I'm gonna go down the wrong path. I'm gonna go down the fucking low tier God path. I'm gonna go down the fucking Etika path, where his whole chat was just blasting him. The fucking Fousey path. Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, sometimes I feel like I'm Fousey. Sometimes I really do feel like I'm Fousey. Because I'm sitting here talking and yapping and ranting and crashing out on stream. And even when I'm not crashing out, I'm still crashing out. He says, just wait until the moms make fun of you and your cheap ass stroller. Was that a cheap? The stroller cost like, what? How much did it cost? $250? Is that cheap for a stroller? He says, I wish the Reddit people were in the chat. I mean, low-key, I kind of wish that they were, but at the same time, I kind of don't. Because I feel like the Reddit people will take it too far. The Reddit people, they're not like you guys. You guys troll me lightheartedly. Sometimes I get dragged, but you guys know how to end it and let it go. The Reddit people are not going to let it go, bro. The Reddit people will try to ruin my life, actually. They'll try to actually make me fucking off myself in GTA. Because the Reddit people are not the same as you guys, bro. You guys are just normal viewers that are, I might say something that rubs you the wrong way and you want to retaliate. You guys are retaliating right now. The Reddit people, they're not going to be retaliating, bro. They're going full nuclear. Those niggas will find out everything about my whole entire life, where I work, where I live, what time I go to the gym. They'll be sending me weird packages and doing all kinds of crazy shit to me and just ruining my life. And I don't even think I would get like more views if they did that shit. I think I would just ruin my life. They would just ruin my life. Reddit, they don't know how to play this game. They take everything too serious. First of all, if you guys haven't noticed, the niggas on Reddit be leaving long ass fucking comments. Long ass comments. Comments where I don't even want to read it. Comments where I look at the fucking list of fucking shit they're saying. I'm like, what are they talking about? This nigga's out of his mind. Who wrote this 10-minute long comment? They really think I'm going to read this shit? Reddit niggas take everything too deep, chat. He says, Scott buying Octavia, Fisher Price. Is Fisher Price cheap? He says, Chat GPT destroyed Reddit. Seriously. Oh, yeah, Rob, that's the other thing. Niggas be leaving these long, all kinds. The whole thing, bro, it's just niggas on Reddit, they'll try and ruin your life. That's all I got to say. Like, I want to get some of them to come over, but I don't want the trolls. Maybe 1 or 2 trolls, but not trolls like that. Because look, we have people who troll in here sometimes, but they don't troll in every single stream all the time, nonstop, relentlessly. And also, you got to remember one other thing. You guys are trolling and making fun of me lightheartedly. The Reddit people will try to get my account deleted. Their goal is not the same goal. You guys are trolling for fun. They're not trolling for fun. They're trying to get a trophy. They're trying to fucking get my head on a spike. It's a different dynamic, bro. They will be like going through my whole stream, trying to find out when I said the fucking hard R, or trying to say when I use the F word, or anything like that, and they'll be clipping that shit and sending it to YouTube. Like, yo, get this guy's channel banned. Get this guy's channel deleted. This guy's violating TOS. And then when they get me violated and they get my channel deleted, they'll make a bunch of posts on Reddit like, oh, we got him. Because they're not playing the same game that you guys are playing. They're actually trying to destroy my life. He says, what's the F word? You know which one. The one with 2 G's. The one with 2 G's. They're actively trying to destroy my life. They're not trying to do it for shits and giggles. They're not trying to have fun. They're literally militant, psychopath, fucking neckbeards. They're going to come in here and try to destroy my shit for real. Because they want to get me they want to get me banned on fucking Reddit already. They want to get me banned on Reddit. They want to get me banned on Kick. They want to get me banned on fucking Twitch. He says, Foggy? Yeah, Foggy. They want to get me banned on... I even got a threat. I already got one threat. Somebody was like, you know that if you talk bad about other Kick creators, that's against TOS, right? And I was like, what? They're like, yeah, you didn't know the rule? There's a rule on Kick. If you talk bad about other Kick creators, that's against TOS. And I looked it up, and it's true. It is against TOS. But the fact that they knew that and the fact that they were using it against me makes me think like, oh, these guys are trying to fuck me over. Username, I'm Red. Yes. Thank you for joining over there on Kick. I didn't even know he was in here. On Kick. Yes, on Kick. On Kick. On Kick, you're not allowed to talk bad about other Kick creators because there was something that had happened and they implemented that rule. The VTubers, there was a bunch of VTubers, American VTubers that were getting bullied by like Japanese VTubers or some bullshit like that on Kick, and they implemented a new rule so that people wouldn't be able to fucking do that. Username, I'm Red says, that's all I've done. The thing is that I don't think it's going to be strict. It's probably not strictly enforced. But if you get a whole bunch of niggas from Reddit messaging Kick support saying this guy is violating terms and conditions, this guy is bullying other streamers, this guy's doing this guy's doing that, this guy's doxing, they will get you banned. And that's the main reason why I got to be careful with the niggas from Reddit, because the niggas from Reddit are vile creatures, bro. They're vile fucking creatures. They're not normal people. He says, being black with fixed teeth and patchy beard don't help. Oh, Royalty, you saw my video earlier today with the teeth. You saw how my teeth were before? Chat, you guys want to see how my teeth were before? Let me show you guys a quick video really quick. Because niggas don't understand how I've changed in the past few years. He says, you had a jack-o'-lantern of teeth. Exactly. That's why I keep telling you guys, like, yo, you guys don't know how much fucking work went into getting the teeth the right way. And that's why when we were watching the Heck Speaks video, I was saying, yo, Heck, I respect the fact that he got his teeth fixed. I'm happy for him, but he did it the easy way. With veneers, he hasn't fixed the underlying issue. Like, his teeth underneath the veneers are still fucked up. And I wasn't trying to shit on Heck. I was just trying to make a point that I went and I really did this shit. You can see my teeth in this one. I really went out and I did this shit.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? It's Friday.
Look at my fucking teeth.
Me and some buddies are going to Supercar Saturday. It's gonna be a great weekend. Thank you for watching. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, get ready for some action. So we just got to the gas station before we head out to Miami. Everybody's here. We have all the guys from the GT.
He says you look like a meth head.
It's gonna be a pretty cool ride down there. It's a nice sunny day. No rain, no clouds. So I'm looking forward to the drive.
He said they clipped this already. Wait, somebody clipped it already? Who clipped it? For real, or are you just joking? This was such a good drive for me, though. That's my buddy in the GT3 RS in front of us. As you can see, the GT3 RS is not, they're basically the same speed. He says they about to. such a fucking fun trip. He said Scott had a roller coaster in his mouth. Fucking Frankie almost crashed for a little.
So we got to a pit stop.
Okay, look at my teeth here. Wait. I think I'm gonna show myself again.
So I'm just gonna buy something to eat really quick, and we'll continue going.
Look at that shit, chat.
We all got the invite to the
buck-ass teeth.
But Frankie's not invited. He got banned from the rally, so. I got the email. Oh, you got it? That's to sign up. That's to sign up. See?
You guys always like that with me. Don't worry.
Look at this shit.
Or coffee or something.
Look at that shit, chat.
So I'm gonna go get something to eat or coffee or something because I'm super sleepy. I'm super sleepy and
I'm cringing.
Hungry and I'm tired. I still haven't seen Frankie or Matt.
I'm cringing. Ooh, look, low key chat. I wouldn't watch that guy. I wouldn't watch that fucking guy. I cannot watch people with fucked up teeth. I couldn't watch that guy, chat. I would have turned away. I'd have been like, yo, this guy got a fucked up like the fuck. Looking back at this shit, I'm actually feeling kind of secondhand embarrassment. Bugs Bunny. I'm actually feeling embarrassed, chat. So this is the reason why when Hex did his fucking tooth reveal, I was like, yo, you got to do it the right way, bro, because I did my shit the right way. Look at my shit now. The right way, chat. These are my real fucking teeth. No veneers. He says, where are all these guys at now? And by the way, these are not the fake guys, Rob. Those were actual real friends. So Frankie and those guys, I could still hang out with them if I wanted to, but maybe I'm just being fake in this case. Those are the real friends. Matt, he doesn't do car shit anymore. He moved to like Pensacola or some shit. And then Frankie still lives in Orlando. He still does car shit and still hangs out. But those are not the car people I was talking about. The fake car people that I was talking about, I'll show you who they were really quick. I can pull them up really quick. So you can see what I'm talking. It was a different group of people. The reason I started hanging out with the fake people was because the real people, they all got busy and they all stopped hanging out as much. And so I had no one else to really hang out with. So I had to end up hanging out with the fake Brazilian people. Let me see if I can find the playlist here. And I'll show you guys. I got a video of the fake people so you can see who they were and how we interacted with them. Let's see. View the playlist. So I got a playlist with all of my videos in it, like all of my old videos. So I can just pull up the one in question. And also those fake people, yo, username I'm Red. Thank you for joining the stream. Those fake people, they didn't start out fake. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if they were always fake, but they didn't start out fake. They became that way. Little by little. I think this might be the video where the people are at. Let's see. Yeah, this is it. So there was a different group of people that I used to hang out with, and it was, well, I don't even think that we showed them in the actual video. But it was this group of people. These were like the ultra materialistic, shallow. They only care about cars. If cars are not involved, they don't want to talk to you. And we went out one day and we just went on for like a drive around. Back in the day. I mean, honestly, I did have fun this day. I'm not even gonna lie though. It's just that these people were just too fake, that's all. And also, all of these people, all of them are Brazilian. I was the only one who wasn't a Brazilian. Certain riches get you the fakest of fakes. Yeah. I mean, the problem, royalties, it attracts those kind of people, bro. That's the truth. The truth is it attracts those kind of people. Having the flashy car and whatnot. And the craziest thing is that at some point, these guys didn't even want to hang out with you if you had a Porsche. Eventually they were like, oh, no Porsches, no Porsches. We only want Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and McLarens. No Porsches, which is crazy. Fake rich people. Good though. You can't lie with the video. This is pretty cringe. Even in this video, you can tell. Look how many times my car was in the video. Almost not at all. That car I had was a $150,000 car, and they were treating it like it was trash. And then eventually, at some point, they were just like, no Porsches, no Porsches. We only want Ferrari, Lamborghini, and McLaren. No Porsches. So it's just levels of fakeness, chat. It's just levels of fakeness. This might be one of the videos where we were hanging out.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? So I'm here waiting for some of my buddies.
This is when I first started.
We got a Huracan Evo here. We got my
These are the same people.
Subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, and I hope you enjoyed the video.
These are the same people. He says nobody with real money will be doing this high school shit. Let's be honest. I mean, I think some of them had real money, bro. It's a hobby, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, and by the way, I literally live in this same area right now. This is where I live right now, essentially.
Car is looking.
This nigga had a gap that when he spit out water, it goes through the gap. Yo, why you gotta do me like that, Roti? Why you gotta do me like that?
Trying to get coffee, but it's too early. The GT2 RS coming in here. It's like
imagine doing all this shit to flex.
Looks great.
Sexy ass gap, to be honest.
Oh my god. This was my favorite Ferrari for the longest time. That's the tan seats.
This Ferrari that's on screen right now, these niggas would shit on it. They would shit on it, chat. They'd be like, ugh, disgusting. A Ferrari 430, trash. That's how shallow they were.
Red stitching. Beautiful spec, man. Beautiful fucking spec. And Matthew got parking. Ooh. I got Steve's car, the new fucking Martini livery.
This whole lineup of Porsches, they would be like, that's trash.
That's pretty cool, actually. He told me he was gonna do this. I mean, he did it pretty quickly. It looks really good. It looks really good.
Because the old you didn't know I existed.
Got here late. Didn't get parking.
This nigga said, I miss it. The gap? That's crazy, dude.
Rosa Corsa. It's hot as fuck out here, by the way. I should have just parked in the front, man. This guy parked right in the front.
I love it, man.
Maseratis? No, Maserati is ass.
What they have in here.
Ass
Looks
brand.
like a Pirelli edition. Pirelli edition Aventador. It's pretty badass, right? Okay. How much is it going for? No price. Jesus Christ. Black roof. The Pirelli edition stripes. Dream car here, goals. Then we got a fucking Spider Huracan. I don't know what this is going for, but look at the interior. It has that classic brown interior.
Also, what Rob was saying earlier, he's like, no rich person, like, define rich. Because I hate when people say, oh, these guys with these supercars and all the money in the banks and the fucking houses and shit, they're not rich. Like, rich people don't do that. Like, are you sure? For you to be able to afford that lifestyle, you have to be quote unquote rich. Now, you might not be super duper rich. You might not have more than, I'm going to say more. Look, you can live this lifestyle with a easy, I don't know, $500,000 a year. The house and everything. You're going to be in debt. But would you not consider a person who has $1 million rich compared to an average person? You got to remember that most people in America only make like $30,000, bro. He says, Rob meant to say poor rich. Yeah, poor. That's what I was going to say. That's my point, Royalty. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't say they're not rich. What you can say is that they're fucking poor rich. They're not wealthy. I'm sure rich people don't care about their cars like this. But to get the fucking cars in the houses, you have to have, it's like what Andrew Tate said. Like, I don't see any poor people driving around in Lamborghinis. So it's not that they're not rich. It's not that they're not wealthy. He says, no, wealthy, not rich. No, you mean the other way around. You mean rich, not wealthy. You mean rich, not wealthy, not rich. Wealthy is when you say this guy is wealthy, they mean he's really wealthy. Rich is just, I got some money now. Like, anyone can be rich now. You never hear, look, when you see a movie star, what do you think? Do you think wealthy or do you think rich? Because I think rich in the sense that they don't have, the money's not going to last them forever because they spend it so fucking fast. They don't have generational wealth. Wealthy is when you have generational wealth. You could spend and spend and spend and spend and spend. You ain't going broke. Never, ever. Jeff Bezos, that's wealthy. Elon Musk, wealthy. When you got almost billions of dollars, you're wealthy. Rich, you could have $1 million and be rich. That shit's not gonna last you at all. You know how many people get $1 million, $2-3 million, and they use that shit up before the end of their life? He says, I'm thinking 20 plus mil is wealthy. I don't even know your name in red because we've all seen people who've gotten more than 20 million and they've used it all. They've used it all. I literally saw a video today. There was a video in my playlist that I had that was about, I'm gonna pull it up. I had it in the playlist. There was literally a video in my playlist where they were talking about how most multimillionaires that get money from the lottery or some sort of music contract or athletes, they lose it all, bro. Every single dollar. Every single they got up to 50 million and they used it all. They spent everything. They had poor money management skills. He says, with this economy, we don't know what rich is. I'm going to find the video. I got stun locked there for a second. I think it's in the normal playlist. I think it's in the reaction video playlist, to be honest. I had it in my playlist. Oh, here it is. Right here. This video.
But, you know, they don't tell you that because the label job.
Here's why every artist goes broke. Yes, all of them.
To make it look like you got some money. We're gonna give you the car, we're gonna give you the cosigns, we're gonna put you in the studio with this motherfucker, we're gonna have cameras following you around everywhere you go. I was thinking like, damn, everybody getting money but me, but nah, everybody look like they got money, right. Me. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Some of your favorite artists were living off ramen noodles while topping the Billboard chart.
He said, so if you have a $300,000 car, $1 million house, all bank owned, but $200K in the bank, what are you? I would say on paper you're rich, Rob. On paper you are, because the bank isn't going to give you a loan for any of that shit unless you have some sort of financial backing. It's not, you think it's easy to go get a $300,000 car or a $1 million house? You have to have some sort of principle. You have to have something backing you up. If that same person didn't spend the money on the stupid car and on the house, they would have more than 200K in their bank account. Most poor people don't even have 5K in their bank account, bro. Now, I spoke to you in the past, Rob. Speaking to you in the past, if I'm taking your word at face value, you obviously have some money too. So your perspective is skewed. Most people that have a job making $40,000 or $50,000 a year, they don't even have $5,000 in their bank account. They have no money, bro. They have no money. $0. Nothing. Zilch. Nothing. They're living paycheck to paycheck. So if the guy has 200K in his bank account, compared to if you put it on a fucking weighted scale, he's rich compared to those people. Now, is he wealthy? No. Is he smart? Definitely not. I met a guy in that scenario you just described. I literally met a guy. I can show, I don't know if I should out him. Should I out him, chat? Should I out him? I met a guy in that same scenario you just described. He had a Lamborghini Technica. He had a $2.5 million house. He's a doctor. He's a surgeon. And he was broke. But he was rich. Because you're not getting that shit. He says, isn't that doxing? I don't think it's doxing if the person is not an internet personality, Royalty. But maybe you're right. I don't know. Tonight I've been on a doxing streak, chat. I've been doxing niggas left and right tonight. But no, this nigga, he was a doctor straight out of medical school. Straight out of medical school. He bought a $2.5 million house. We were with him at the house closing, so we know that it was a $2.5 million house, and he had a Lamborghini Technica, Huracan Technica. And this nigga said, he said, yo, I'm in so much debt right now, chat. I'm in so much debt. You guys see little old me, chat. I already told you once in the past how much money I have in my bank account. I have an actual bank account with a few $100,000 in it. I got a fucking investment account, and then I got a new investment account I started recently, and then I got my checkings account. And all together, if you add all that shit up, go show that to a poor person, bro. What are they gonna think? They're gonna be like, yo, this guy's rich. Go show it to a person who makes go show it to a $50,000 a year Andy. He's gonna be like, whoa, what the fuck? But it all comes down to perspectives, bro. It all comes down to perspectives. He says, like Logan Paul donating to Team Water. How much did Logan Paul donate, Royalty? No, but a nigga like Logan Paul, look, I don't know his financial situation, but I would say that he better have a few million. He better have a decent amount of millions in his fucking bank account. If that nigga is broke, I would slap him across the face. If I saw Logan Paul's bank account and he has less than $10 million in it, I would slap him across the face. But you never know, because these guys be spending like ridiculous amounts of money. He says, bro, I've been broke. I'm just using logic. People think, wow, this guy has a supercar. Congrats. But living paycheck to paycheck to live that lifestyle don't make you rich. Why do you think, Rob, why do you think I only had a little McLaren 570S and I didn't go out and buy a fucking Lamborghini SVJ? You guys think I couldn't afford a Lamborghini SVJ? I didn't buy it because I didn't want to live paycheck to paycheck. Exactly my point. That's why I always said, like, if you're going to get these kind of cars, if you're going to live that kind of lifestyle, you got to live it within your means. And I would tell my buddies that shit all the time. They're like, oh, Scott, why do you have a Porsche? Like, nigga, because I don't want to live beyond my means. I don't want to be struggling to impress other niggas that badly. The fucking Porsche, the McLaren, it did enough. You don't need to go out and get a fucking Bugatti. Some of these idiots will spend their entire check on the latest fucking car just to impress other people, when in reality, most people don't even know the difference between the different models. You can get an old 2016 Lamborghini Huracan for $150,000, and people will think it's the fucking latest, greatest Lamborghini that costs $500,000. So why put yourself in that situation where you're in debt up to the wazoo, you can't enjoy life because you're worrying about all these responsibilities when you could have just get what's in your means, man. And don't get me wrong, I was tempted many a time to go out and get a fucking Lamborghini SVJ or a Lamborghini SV or a fucking McLaren 765 LT. But I thought to myself, like, why am I going to do that shit? To what? To impress these other idiots? No. Christopher Michael. Yo, Christopher Michael, thank you for joining the stream. He says, you're rich to me, Scott. He says, Scott, why are you looking at us like that? He says, why do you think I'm talking about you? I'm saying in general, nothing against you. He says, Scott should have these combos on Discord calls. I would if niggas had cameras on. If niggas got on here and turned on their cameras, I would do it 100%. But I can't do it without, I'm not going to do it with no cameras. I don't like when you're on the Discord call and it shows the stupid box with no camera. It's not engaging to the viewers. If I'm going to do a Discord call, I want it to be like the Mr. Beast Discord call where everybody has their camera on. Isabel says, that would be a roast. The day that little Donatello joined the stream, I'm going to be honest, I was a little tiny bit disappointed because he didn't turn his camera on. I was like, damn, I got him, but he didn't turn his camera on. Because when you don't have the camera on, it's not like, when you have the camera on and we're talking and having a conversation, it's clippable. You can grab that, you can make a clip, and it's clippable. But when you have the cameras off, it's like, I don't know. It's like watching a nigga do a Twitter call. Like, who's going to sit down and watch an hour-long Twitter call of just a screen with a fucking circle moving? No one. He said, get cameras for everyone. Yo, can you imagine? He says, Scott, just say it. You like to see men on screen.
Help me!
Mama! Jesus, chat. We haven't even finished the video we were watching. Let's at least finish the one video we were watching. And then if we have time, maybe we can watch a little bit of this one about why people go broke. Here's why your favorite artist goes broke. But we haven't even finished watching the dark video we were watching earlier. Oh shit, I pulled up the fucking numbers. Our numbers are low tonight, chat. Let me close this shit. Distracting me. Let's go back to the video we were watching originally, which is this one. Let's finish this video up, chat.
Do these things that are extremely dangerous. They will sign with these brands knowing that they are potentially harmful to children or to a...
How did we go on this tangent? He says, the highest you had tonight was 17. Yeah, I know. How do we go on that tangent? Royalty, but do you see that we get the most people when we're talking?
Race, and they straight push stereotypes. The reason
so
this
far
is such a problem is because it's creating a very dangerous culture with content. Kids are seeing all these creators and going, I want to be like Kai, Speed, Gene, Rage, Max, Adin, and children repeat what they hear and mimic what they see. So now we are seeing more and more young streamers and just content creators around.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Making fun of themselves to get.
Why is Bailey calling me?
We're seeing more creators
Give me a
lose
second,
themselves and even harm themselves for a platform. It's essentially digital prostitution with extra steps. Because while on the softer side of this, you may get like a Dabo.
You've been so rude to me. When we walk around campus, you're not holding my hand. And whenever we in class, you're not holding my hand. But then after that, when we off camera, and after that, when we not on camera, and after that, you on my shit, you want to start show me affection. But when we in public around other niggas, you don't want to show me affection. Clocker, thank you.
Yeah, I don't like you.
What am I ugly at?
Yeah, I don't like
I'm ugly.
Yeah, I don't like
I'm ugly.
Yeah, I don't like you.
You don't like me?
Who is mainly just doing psychological harm for himself. But on the extreme of that, you get somebody like a Gene. So always set boundaries on who you are and what you want, no matter if it's in life, no matter if it's in content creation, no matter if it's in any business. Either you tell people what's too far or they will. I'm Virgo. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. I'll see you on the next one. Love.
Sounds like Bailey's having a tough night. Oh, W's in the chat for my boy Alex DeVirgo. That video was it's Alex DeVirgo makes pretty good videos, chat. I'm not gonna lie. No glaze. I'm not trying to glaze the nigga just because we know him. He makes very good videos. He makes very good videos. I need to work on my fucking videos, chat. I need to start making videos. Is Billy okay? Yeah, she's just having a stressful night. She said it's very busy tonight in the hospital. So he's just stressed out. That's all. He says lottery winners are poor rich people. You know the problem is, honestly, royalty, when they give the lottery people, the lottery winners, their money, it's a bit of a disservice, bro. That's why the state doesn't even care to give the money away, because they know that money's gonna go right back into the system, bro. You give a nigga $100 million, that shit is gone in 5 years. Because they don't know what to do with the money. They don't know how to invest. They don't know how to save. They don't know how to do, they don't know what to do. And also, when you get money easily in a lump sum like that, your brain can't even comprehend. Like there was no struggle to getting it. There's a big difference between the guy who works his way up to getting $100 million and the guy that gets $100 million thrown at him. And the person who gets $100 million thrown at him has not developed the mental fortitude required to have that much money. You know, you haven't earned that level. You just haven't. It was given to you, and easy given, easy taken away. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people be wishing, yo, I wish I won the lottery. I wish I did this. I wish I did that. But they don't realize that winning the lottery for them would be the worst thing that could ever happen to them in their life. The worst thing that could ever happen to them in their life. Winning the lottery low-key would ruin their fucking lives. That's what they don't understand. Because they don't have the skill set required to fucking deal with the stress of having a lot of money. They don't have good spending habits. They don't have discipline. They just got lucky, and that shit's gonna go away so fucking fast. And the worst part about it is when that shit goes away and they realize, like, shit, I'm back to square one. I gotta go work a fucking 9 to 5. Then they start getting to deep depression, and they just spiral out of control. Look at guys like all of the streamers and content creators that fell off. Look at FouseyTube. Look at EDP. Look at all of those are the only two that come to mind, but there's many other streamers. Boogie, the Boogie guy, I don't know his Boogie 33, whatever number. There's so many people that made it in life. They made millions of dollars. Millions and millions of dollars. The Island Boys. Millions of dollars. They didn't know how to manage it. They used it all, and they got back to square one, or worse, negative square one. Negative square one. He says EDP got fired from his 9 to 5 because he was a known pedo. Can you imagine royalty? And the thing is, with a guy like EDP, if he had just played his cards the right way, even when that situation unfolded, he could have been an outcast, but he could have still been rich. But the problem is that these people have poor spending habits. Look at Wes Watson. We're seeing it happen to Wes Watson in real time. He makes millions of dollars, but he loses millions of dollars. He literally said it. He said that for him, the base starting point, his zero is $600,000. If he doesn't make at least $600,000 a month, he's negative. That is unsustainable, bro. Why? Because a lot of the times, these content creators that use money to flex on their audience, to grow their audience, they need to constantly be getting more and more stuff. Their spending is out of control. Their spending is out of control. So, since their spending is out of control and their content focuses around simply fucking flexing on the brokies to gain more followers, when they fall off, it's GG's for them. Look at Jack Doherty. How long do you think, realistically, chat, how long do you guys think Jack Doherty is going to last? How long do you guys think Jack Doherty is going to last in the phantom ether world? Because I think his days are super duper numbered. I don't think he's going to be able to last more than, I'm going to say 4 years. If he can't get back on a major platform where he can make real money, I don't think he's going to last 4 years. You know, that's why you got to give credit to Sneeko. Sneeko is a smart guy. You might not agree with his takes. You might not think he's entertaining. You might think he's a piece of shit in general, but Sneeko is a smart guy. Because not many people would survive getting canceled on all the platforms, including Kick, and still be making money. So you gotta give credit where credit is due. A guy like Sneeko, he can pull it off. He can survive. But a guy like Jack Doherty doesn't have any fucking talent. What is his talent? He says, I think Jack Doherty is going through the Neon arc. I don't think he can pull it off though, Royalty. Because he went a little bit too far. He went farther than Neon. He went farther than I Show Speed. He went farther than Neon. He did too much, bro. Now, and the other thing is that look, for you to be able to recover, you need to have a voice that people can still hear. And if you're not allowed on YouTube, if you're not allowed on Twitch, if you're not allowed on Kick, where are people going to hear your voice? He says, getting robbed by rappers. Where are people going to hear your voice? Because you need to have an outlet. You can't do PR if there's nobody listening. If there's no watchers, how do you recover? You can't. You can't recover. It's unrecoverable. He says Neon will never make it long term. Why do you think Neon will never make it long term, Rob? I disagree. I think Neon still is finding his potential. I feel like Neon is like a discount. Look, he's a little bit of a mix of an Adin Ross. And to a certain degree, I want to say even, damn. And he's a bit of an Adin Ross and a mix of Adin Ross and I don't want to say Kai Cenat. But he's definitely, I don't want to, he goes out, he does IRLs, but he also does a lot. When he does desktop streams, he reminds me of Adin Ross. He has the Adin Ross cadence, but he's probably doing that shit on purpose. You know, a lot of people, it's one thing that pisses me off about streamers. A lot of streamers imitate other streamers. Sorry, guys. Bailey's texting me. A lot of streamers imitate other streamers. But when I say imitate, I don't just mean in content strategy, because imitating content strategy, grabbing ideas from other streamers is fine. I mean that they literally imitate other streamers. For example, Adin Ross and Neon. If you listen to Neon when he's talking on stream, he literally has the same cadence as Adin Ross. It's like he sat down and he studied how Adin Ross talks and he's imitating it. What do you think, chat? Oh, okay, chat. Chat, he has the same cadence. I can't make the cadence, but you know what I'm trying to say. He has the exact same cadence. And then today, I was watching Tectone, right? I was watching a clip of Tectone. And I saw Tectone reacting to his own clip. And when he was reacting to his own clip, he was imitating Asmongold. He was doing the same thing that Asmongold does when he watches his own clips. The same facial expressions, the same everything. And I don't know if you guys noticed it, but today I was experimenting. And I did this on purpose to see if anybody was going to say anything. Today I was experimenting. I was doing the Asmongold face while I was reacting to content. I was like this. But I was just fucking around. I was just fucking around to see if anybody would say like, yo, why is he making those faces? Why is he messing around with his eyebrows and doing all this stupid shit that Asmongold does? Just to see if anybody said it. But a lot of streamers, he says, nigga, that's The Rock. A lot of streamers, they try to imitate another streamer, everything about them, like their tone of voice, their cadence, their pacing, the way that the content they react to. And I think that if you do that, you're not going to succeed. And that's the only problem to what Rob Roberts said. The only problem with Neon is I feel like Neon is not being like his genuine self. But then again, you can lose yourself. You can lose yourself. If I start acting like one of these other streamers every single day, eventually I'll forget who I actually am and I'll just start being them. So maybe that's what happened. You know, he hung around with Adin Ross a lot. He's been in Adin Ross's circle as an orbiter for a long ass time. Maybe it just rubbed off on him and he just lost his personality. You can lose your personality. It's like what I was saying on the earlier stream today, and Donatello was laughing at me. I was saying that Lacey is Adin Ross, discount Adin Ross. Lacey is a Temu Adin Ross. If you dye Lacey's hair brown, he's Adin Ross. Why? Because he's copying everything about Adin Ross. He talks just like Neon and Adin Ross. He does the same shit that Adin Ross does. He sounds like Adin Ross. Like, you're a copy, you're a clone, bro. You're not being yourself. And that can take you only so far. Because why would people watch you when they can watch the original? He says, Lacey is not a Jew, though.
Help me!
Mama! He's the Gentile version of Adin Ross. He's Adin Ross Gentile version. The Timu Gentile Adin Ross. Copy and paste of Adin Ross. He makes the same fucking facial expressions and everything. And the thing is, it's even worse than Neon because at least Neon is Indian. So when you look at Neon making the fucking Adin Ross face or trying to talk like Adin Ross, it doesn't hit you so much. But when you watch Lacey, he's literally trying to copy Adin Ross. His facial expressions, even the way he looks. And it doesn't help him that he looks kind of like Adin Ross anyway. Jesus. Speaking of Lacey, there was a video that I wanted to react to today about Lacey. It's a short one.
This Lacey Darla Claire situation might be...
Title of the video is Lacey is slowly losing his career because of Darla. This is an FVCKDH video, I believe. Let me just make sure. Oh no, this is slacking. This is a slacking video, chat.
The most pathetic thing I've ever seen. And I'm not just talking about on the internet. And while Lacey is most certainly a lost cause, bro is absolutely cooked.
AC unit with his
toolkit.
Do you think you're like a toddler? Like, I can't hold your whole...
There's still plenty of time for a lot of people watching this video to
the
learn.
skinnier he gets, the more he looks like Adin.
You absolutely never end up like him. Now, I'm going to assume that if you clicked on this video, you probably already know who Darla is, and it's likely that you know the story between Darla and Lacey. But if you somehow don't, I would definitely recommend you check out this video right here that I made, as that is the majority of my Lacey videos combined into one, and the first like 30 to 40
Lacey
minutes
and Adin are fighting. Oh yeah, they are. They're fighting about this, what, the fat camp? Some sort of fat camp donation or some bullshit. I saw the clips on Twitter today. Fat camp royalty.
Thing you need to know about Lacey and Darla. But long story short, last summer when Lacey was in the middle of his blow up over on Twitch, he would start doing content with this girl that goes by the name of Darla Claire. And after doing content with her for a couple of months, Lacey would quickly start to catch feelings for her. And instead of straight up telling Lacey that she didn't like him, she would lead him on for months, letting him believe that he was in a relationship with her while
this nigga is dumb as fucking rocks. No cap, bro.
She was secretly
getting
played with her ex Bryce every single second she wasn't with Lacey. Now there's
getting played.
A lot more to the story. Like I said, that was just a quick version, but just know that this girl did Lacey so incredibly dirty that even the rest of the FaZe members made it very clear they do not like her.
She's about to hit like of a lifetime. She ran up her Snapchat numbers. That shit started drying up, and she's coming back. She's literally hitting you. It's a broad day lick, no shiesty, open field.
Homie said it's a broad day lick, no shiesty. Yo, bro, Playboy Max is funny as fuck, man. For that one, he was funny as fuck for that one. A broad day lick, no shiesty.
She's doing this shit in a public space.
It got so bad and they were so disappointed in Lacey that they would actually have a sit-down intervention with him where they would tell him exactly how they feel about Darla.
You don't want to be saved.
A real life loser. I'm not kidding when I say this. I cannot believe you could go back to a woman who tried to separate me and you, who lied about multiple things, who is...
I'm not gonna lie, chat. Out of all the people in the FaZe clan, the only ones I fuck with are fucking Your Rage and Stable Ronaldo. And maybe Playboy Max. Maybe. All the other ones can go fuck themselves.
Send you paragraph telling you to stop talking to me, I'm a liar, and then you go back!
Lacey would even promise to Ron.
I don't even understand why Lacey's even blowing up.
That he would never talk to Darla ever again.
You gonna put bets on if you go back?
I'll put $100,000 of my own money on it.
You see how he didn't say his whole bank?
I'll put my whole bank on it.
On what? You're gonna put 2.1 million.
Damn.
Nah, bro, it's not that little, bro.
Oh.
This is hus that want to be saved. The signs would be visible. He's milking him, bro, like a cow. Like a fat Adin Ross discount cow.
Wait.
I don't got you guys all
But little did we know at the time, Lacey is such a pathetic two-faced loser that while he was sitting there nodding his head and pretending to listen to his friends, he was actually secretly talking to Darla the entire time. And it would be less than 2 months later.
Damn, Rob, you hit it on the nail, bro. And if they can't relate with him, they feel better about it. This goes back to what I was saying a few months ago. Nobody gives it, like, having the supercars, having a pretty girlfriend, having a nice apartment, buying a house, having a kid. Most people aren't gonna relate with that. And if they do, it makes them feel bad about themselves. Like, yo, how the fuck did this ugly ass nigga beat me at life? But when they see a guy who's below them, fat, chopped, getting cheated on, it makes them feel good about their situation. Whether it's fake or not. It's fucking, what is the fucking word I'm looking for? Shit, I can't remember what it's called, man. It's when you disassociate. But it's the same reason why people watch the reality TV shows with the super fat people or super ugly people or prison relationships where they know it's going to fail. It's because it makes them feel better about their situation. Most of the time, most of the haters, my biggest haters, and I'm sure you've experienced it in your life as well, all of you guys in the chat, your biggest haters are usually people that are jealous of where you're at in life. If they see you blowing up on social media, they'll say, oh, those are probably bots. If you have a supercar, they'll say, it's probably a rental. If you live in a mansion, they probably say, oh, he's probably broke. He's probably living out of his means. It's always going to be the people that they wonder in their hearts, or in their subconscious, they're wondering, how is it possible that this guy is beating me? And since they can't comprehend the reason why, they have to find a reason to cope. They have to make up a story in their minds to cope. When they see an ugly, chopped guy getting bitches and they're not getting bitches, they have to make up some reason like, oh, he's probably paying them. Oh, they want him for his money. Oh, they want him because he has clout. They want him because of this. They want him because of that. They can never just say, like, this guy, maybe he just has riz like that. Maybe he's better than me in this area. When they see you with the fucking expensive fit, they can't just say, yo, this guy, he must be doing something right in his life. No, they say he must be a scammer. They always have to find a negative angle so they can justify why they haven't made it yet in their life. It's Hus don't care about bodies. They care what that guy has in his pockets. It's 2025. Being skinny or fat, it's not a thing anymore. I'm so glad I'm in a relationship, royalty. W's in the chat for being in a stable relationship, because I don't want to ever find myself in that fucking world. A big 2025 world where you're getting used and exploited by Huz. No way. No thank you. I'll pass on that one. But my point is that a lot of people aren't going to be able to they're not going to feel identified with anything that I've said at all. It goes back to you guys remember the day that I told you guys about my life in Panama? It goes back to that day, chat. Remember the day I told you guys about my life in Panama? Because somebody in the chat said, yo, Scott, you've been rich your entire life. First of all, I'm not rich. I just got a career and some money saved and some investments. It's not being rich. Marginally successful at best. When you're a guy who has, it doesn't matter how much money I have saved up. I could have a 900,000, 800,000, 700,000, even $1 million saved up in investments and whatnot. It doesn't matter when there's niggas out here that have $1 billion. It doesn't matter. But anyways, I digress. When I had somebody in the chat saying, yo, Scott, I mean, you're rich, dude. You're rich. What do you know about struggle? And I had to give them a recap of my fucking life. That's the problem. The problem is that when you show people too much success, they're not going to identify with you. They can't relate with you. And in fact, you make them feel bad about themselves. Now, you might get some people that are motivated and want to succeed in life, and they might latch on. But a lot of people are going to be like, oh, I hate this guy. And you know what? Even I'm guilty of that shit, chat. There's a YouTuber. There's a YouTuber. Manny Kushbin. Manny Kushbin. He's a car YouTuber. And I can't watch his videos because he's just too rich. He's just too rich. I can't identify with him. I don't relate with him. I watch his videos and it makes me mad. And I'm willing to admit that on stream, chat. Is that jealousy? It probably is. So a guy like Lacey, even though he has money, he has enough negatives that people feel like I'm above Lacey. I'm better than Lacey. I'm better than Lacey. Look at him. Look how fat he is. He's out of shape. He can't even get a girlfriend. I'm better than that guy. And that's where they watch him. He says, chop people are rising in 2025. Scott sucking his teeth. You show off. Yo, look at this shit, chat. Imagine if I get veneers on top of this shit. Oh my goodness, it would be GG's.
When Lacey would come on stream, and he would actually admit that he's been not only talking to Darla, but dating her for the past 3 months.
My content has
dating
been
her.
The best it's ever been over the last 3 months. I've been the happiest I've ever been over the last 3 to 5 months. I was running around at a party drunk saying I have a girlfriend. So if that's not claiming, I don't know what the fuck is.
Now he said that at the beginning of June, which means he would have
Lacey. It's not whether you claim her or not. It's whether she claims you. Nobody gives a fuck. You were claiming her when she was cheating on you, buddy. Mama! You were claiming her when she was cheating on you. Nobody gives a fuck that you're claiming her. Does she claim you? Rosie, am I the crazy one here? Yeah, am I the crazy one here? Nobody cares if you claim her. You're a quick lick. Like Boy Max said, this is a fucking broad day lick, no shiesty. She got you up against the wall. Give me your wallet, nigga. Nobody cares. You were claiming her when she was cheating on you, dude. This bitch was getting her back blown out after the stream, and you were claiming her. And she was laughing all the way to the bank. You literally put this bitch on. You made her millions of dollars. I don't know if she still has them or not. You made her millions of dollars, give her millions of followers on Twitch. You're a quick lick, Lacey. Nobody takes you serious, bro. Am I just talking out of my ass, chat? Am I crazy? Am I the crazy one here? Is that not a fact? Who the fuck is watching Lacey and saying, yo, you know what? This guy definitely has a girlfriend. She definitely loves him for him. He's not loving him for clout, for fame. He loves him for him. Come on, dude. If you believe that, you're a fool. You're actually a fool. Nobody believes that shit. Jesus Christ, dude. Lacey reminds me of the guys that I used to hang out with. They were rich and old, and they'd have a girlfriend that was like 19 years old. If you're 75 years old and you're rusty and crusty and wrinkly, your dick don't even work, and your girlfriend is 19 years old, come on, dude. You're a fool if you think she's there for you. If you think that she's really there for you, you're a real idiot. And I met so many guys, like, you know, I think sometimes half these guys just delude themselves. In their heart, they know that that woman doesn't love them. It's like Donald Trump. You think the Melania Trump really loves Donald Trump, chat? Is that a controversial take? Too soon? Too soon? Do you guys think that Melania loves fucking Trump? That she wakes up in the morning and she says, you know what? I love this man so much. I'm so glad that I married him. I'm so glad that I have a kid with him. Rob says, hashtag goals, hashtag prenub. You know, I don't want to ever be one of those guys, chat. The guy who's 80 years old with the fucking 19-year-old, almost out of high school fucking girlfriend, walking around like she's fucking arm candy. Like, dude, everybody knows that she's using you. Everybody on the planet knows that she's using you. These niggas that have a fucking girlfriend who's younger than their daughter, that's embarrassing, bro. That's actually embarrassing. It comes a point where you got to recognize that you're old. You're an old man, and any fucking young girl who's with you either has severe daddy issues and she's mentally ill, or they're trying to use you somehow. Come on, man. That shit is not cute. It is not cool. Christopher says she kisses him reluctantly in public and a lot of the times just on the cheek. Exactly, Christopher. That bitch is not in love with him, bro. She's there now because she's She's obligated to be there now because he's the fucking president of the United States. She can't get a divorce. She can't get a divorce. How many presidents have gotten a divorce in the past? He says, Scott, in our countries like Panama and DR, this is a current thing every day. Royalty in Panama, DR, in America, it's a thing every day, bro. In America, you can find tons of old men out here with the fucking sugar baby. But is it a good thing? No. Is it a flex? Not really. Not really. I would be embarrassed. If I was 70 years old, I would be embarrassed, chat. I would be legitimately embarrassed. Because the thing is, you're not just, everybody around you knows what's happening. Everybody around you knows the game plan. Nobody's buying it. When they see you come out of your supercar or whatever with your fucking, your jet or your yacht, and you have a girlfriend and she's fucking 19, and they look at you, they know right off the bat, like, okay, this guy's a sugar daddy. He says Thailand and Vietnam is known for that. Right off the bat, royalty. They look at you and they know right off the bat, this guy's a sugar daddy. You're not tricking anyone, so what's the point? You would be better off just keeping that shit hush hush. Like, I don't blame an old man for wanting to get some pussy, but walking around and flaunting that shit is embarrassing in my opinion. Am I wrong, chat? Is that a crazy take? Am I being crazy with that fucking take, chat? Keep me honest, guys. I want to know, am I being crazy with that take? Anyways, let's wrap this video up because the stream is starting to die down. That's why I said I don't like staying on too late. And this video is pretty fucking long. He says there's a video about that on YouTube.
Had to start dating her back in March. And that clip that you saw of him sitting down talking to his friends about it was in April.
Stream is dying down.
I'll put $100,000 of my own money on it.
Meaning he was literally dating her in that clip you just saw. Bro was sitting there listening to his friends talk about his girlfriend like that, and he didn't have the audacity or the balls to say anything about the fact that he's still dating her. He sat there and told his friends that he would never talk to her again, and then
dating her is a reach. Are you really dating her if she's getting her back blown up by other niggas on the down low?
Went straight up into his room and started texting her. Now I will say that
Roddy, are you really dating her if she's a community fucking waterhole?
Darla actually claims they started dating.
Dating? Like, it was the 23rd of May.
Which would have only been like 2.5 weeks before that clip I just showed you of Lacey confirming it. So obviously somebody is lying in this situation. Either Lacey is lying to make it seem like they were dating longer, maybe hoping that would make him look like less of a simp, I guess. Or Darla is
super
lying
simp
to help save her ass. Now there's actually a reason why I'm talking about this.
He's a super simp.
And it's not because I give a fuck. You see, back in the original Lacey videos, one of the things that I found out was that Darla was actually hanging out with her ex-boyfriend Bryce at the same time as Lacey. So I figured why not check out his YouTube channel again, not actually expecting to find anything over there. But holy shit, to my surprise, I absolutely would find some shit over there. So unsurprisingly, it does look like Darla hopped back on Bryce's meat almost immediately after having the fallout with Lacey. As the original situation happened with Lacey and Darla back in July of 2024, so essentially exactly a year ago, and by September of 2020,
he says sugar daddies are not considered simps. Bro, sugar daddies are the definition of being a simp, man. In my opinion. The only reason that sugar daddies, in my opinion, are the definition of being a simp. It's just that they're older. So people are usually not going to use the same terms. But in my opinion, sugar daddies, it depends. Honestly, it depends on the sugar. If he's clapping cheeks, no, either way, he's a simp, bro. To me, that's just, no matter how I look at it, it's simping. You should, sugar daddies know what they're doing. Simps know what they're doing too sometimes though, bro. You think Lacey doesn't know what he's doing?
So only 2 months later,
he likes being exploited. He's a pay pig.
Making content. It's very clear to me that this girl is just addicted to the camera, and as long as you have a few thousand subscribers and a camera, she's gonna.
Oh, okay. I got the answer. Because we're men. Asking a man this question doesn't make no sense. Isabel, are you still in the chat? Let's ask Isabel her opinion, or any female. Are there any females in the chat? Because I feel like to a female, it don't matter what you call it, a simp, a sugar daddy, It doesn't matter to a female. Whether it doesn't matter what you're a pay pig, a simp, a fucking sugar daddy. It don't matter. Christopher says they probably mean it's not because in today's terminology, a simp is someone who wants it but can't get it. But the crazy thing is there's fucking sugar daddies that are paying for it and they still don't get it either. Supposedly. Allegedly and supposedly there's sugar daddies that pay for it and they don't get it either. To a female, it doesn't matter what you classify it as. Chat, we're speaking mansplaining here. We're speaking men language. To us, we're like, oh, I'm not a simp, I'm a sugar daddy. Oh, I'm not a simp, I'm a trick. But to the female, she don't care what it's called. And all she knows is you're a nigga who's giving her money. And she doesn't feel nothing for you. Her heart is dry and black inside. That's all she cares about. She don't care about anything other than money. She like, yo, I don't care if he wants to be called. I don't care if he wants to be called a simp, if he wants to be called a fucking sugar daddy, if he wants to be called a trick, if he wants to be called a pay pig. I don't care what you call it. As long as I get my Birkin bag. As long as I get my Birkin bag, I don't care. Mama! They don't give a fuck what you want to. What classification you want to give yourself. He says, well, they ain't daddying it right. He says, we just making up definition nowadays. Definitely classify you as a simp. Wait, me? We're not talking about me. We're talking about men in general. I'm just talking about any man who's out here paying some bitches all her bills and shit, simping like a maniac. And men, as men, we love to like make up these classifications. Like, oh, I'm tricking. I'm actually tricking. I'm actually tricking. He says James is talking in general though. Oh, he's talking in general. I thought he was talking. He said you. That's why I took it personal because he said you. He said also called Johns. He says not you. Okay. The you threw me off. I was like, me? Goddamn. I'm out here catching strays. Am I a simp? No, but seriously, us men, we always be making up all kinds of stupid terms, bro. To a female, if you ask a female, she's not gonna give a fuck what term you want to call it. All she cares about is getting her rent paid, her nails did, her hair done, her fucking Birkin bag. And if she doesn't have to give up some pussy, even better.
Hop on that meat. No hesitation. And Bryce and Darla would actually make content together pretty consistently over the next couple of months. And they look pretty comfortable together in some of this content.
That was crazy.
Oh my goodness, chat. Mama! Look at this nigga and compare him to Lacey. No homo, but look at this nigga and just compare him to Lacey. Come on, dude.
It's very obvious to anyone.
And now look at Lacey. Oh, you can't make this shit up.
Help me.
Jesus Christ. That comparison was brutal, dude. No homo, but just look at the two niggas. Just from a fucking aesthetic perspective, look at the two niggas, bro. Oh my goodness. Lacey is so delusional.
Older than 12 with a pair of eyes that these two were absolutely fucking. But then randomly at the end of March, so about 2.5 months before Lacey confirmed that he was dating Darla, she would disappear out of Bryce's videos. So as long as you're not stupid as shit, I'd say that it's very obvious that at the very least, Darla was talking to Bryce and
Rob says, how many Birkin bags you bought, bae? I mean, I only bought her 2. Shit. Does that make me a simp? Mama!
Help me!
I'm joking, child. I've never bought anything crazy like that. I feel like as far as relationships are concerned, Bailey and I are pretty equal. I mean, she's bought me some gifts. I bought her some gifts. She pays her rent. I pay my part of the rent. We're pretty much 50-50. I pay, the only extra thing I do is I pay for the food. She doesn't pay for food. And I've been helping with the baby stuff. But she bought a lot of baby stuff too, so.
Lacey at the same time. And as soon as she started dating Lacey.
But I'm pretty 50-50. We're like, okay, we're not 50-50. We're like, I'm going to say 60-40. We're probably 60-40, if I'm keeping it honest. He says, y'all decided the 50-50. It wasn't natural. He says, good for making her pay rent. Of course, James. Of course. Even though she's tried to pull a fast one once in a while. But I've been like, what the fuck? Look, this month in particular, she bought some baby stuff, so I'm going to count that as towards the rent. But in reality, like, all the other months I've been like, you got to pay. She gets mad sometimes, but I'm like, you got to pay your rent. Where's my rent at? Where's the rent at? And she's like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm paying you to live here. What the hell? And I'm like, dude, there's no free tickets. I need my rent. I need my goddamn rent. He says, Scott, don't speak too loud now. I need my money. I need my money.
When they actually started dating, she very easily could have been fucking with Bryce and Lacey at the same exact time, which would be the second time.
He says, why does she have to pay rent? What do you mean? Why does she have to pay rent? She has to pay rent because there's no free rides, bro. I am not one of those guys that has that provider gene, chat. I've said this a bunch of times. I said that if you're a man and you have the provider gene, you're fucked. I am not a provider male. I am fucking the opposite of that. The opposite of that. Look, I have no problem buying us food and doing the basic stuff, but I'm not going to go and be a super duper provider. We had a whole argument with her friend. Her friend Jen was trying to put shit in her head. Like, oh my God, I can't believe he makes you pay rent. Oh my God, I can't believe he doesn't buy you flowers every week. Oh my God, I can't believe he doesn't do this. I can't believe he doesn't do that. And I'm like, you got the wrong nigga in this bitch because I ain't never doing any of that shit. I could love you with all my heart, all my soul. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not that guy. You got the wrong guy. And the thing is that since we've been dating since day one, I always tell you guys, when you start dating someone, you gotta be real from day one. I never did the switcheroo. I'm not the kind of nigga who does the switcheroo, chat. You know how some niggas will be a perfect man for the first 2-3 months and then they'll switch it up? I have been a piece of shit since day one. Since day one, I've been a piece of shit, chat. No! And that way, it's a filter. You're not gonna, the reason relationships don't work is because people pretend to be someone else and then they marry the person and then their true colors come out. I am not that guy. Like from day one, I've been an asshole and I continue to be an asshole and I'll continue to be an asshole. That's just my personality. I'm not going to hide my personality and pretend to be someone else to convince you to like me. And then when I get you, change it. Christopher says, I have the provider gene. Oh, you're cooked, boy. You're cooked. Because those niggas that have the provider gene, they be giving money to girls for no reason. Those niggas be giving girls money for no reason. They be like seeing a girl on the internet they never saw in their life. They go to her fucking LinkedIn link tree and they'll be like, oh, let me just cash her for a good $10 so she has a good night. Like, what are you talking about? That's the most crazy thing I've ever heard in my entire life. He says, what about when you're married? Rob, it's going to be the same thing, bro. A relationship cannot be one-sided, bro. It can't be one-sided. If you are in a relationship with somebody and you give them everything, you're going 80-20, you're going 90-10, you're going to get resentment towards that person, bro. If I weaken my standards, lower my boundaries, and I just give in completely to the girl, I lose all leverage. You'll lose all leverage, bro. And the girl will lose interest in you. You're too easy. You're too easy. You cannot do that. You have to keep your boundaries. You have to stand your ground. You gotta lock in, man. And I know it's hard because a lot of the times as a person, you're afraid that if you lock in too hard, that you're gonna make the other person leave. And everybody wants to be accepted. Everybody wants validation. But I promise you it's gonna backfire. If you cater to every single need a female has and you don't stand your ground, I promise you, you're gonna get a divorce and it's gonna backfire. And that's a mistake that a lot of men make. Most men do this. Most men, they drop all their boundaries, all their lines, and they just cave into the female 100%. They just give the female everything she wants. They sacrifice all of their own wants to protect her, to give her everything, to make her life easy. And the truth is the female is not gonna value that. The female is not gonna value that. Because easy come, easy go, bro. You think that a female can't find another simp out there? You think you're so special? He says, just look online. Marriages and relationships last longer when it's 50-50. Just because we are together means I can't take care of everything. Exactly. When you're the stepping stool for the female, she's not going to respect you, first of all, at all. She's not going to respect you. And she already knows she has you in the palm of her hand because you're already giving her everything. What is she giving you? Sex? Sex has no fucking value, dude. I've said that shit to Bailey a billion times. Like, sex is not a persuasion tool for me. I'm sorry. He says, Scott, because... What he said? I couldn't read what he said. Give me a second. He says, Scott became like this ever since he paid a round trip. He says, how is paying the bills not standing your ground? What do you mean? What do you mean, Rob? You know what the sad thing is? Most men pay all the bills as a manipulation technique. Most men pay all the bills because they think that if they pay all the bills and the female is beholden to them, then she'll be obedient to what they want. But it's the opposite. It's the opposite. When you pay all the bills, she has nothing invested in the relationship, bro. Look, human beings, it comes back to supply and demand. Human beings when human beings invest in something, right? They invest in a goal, in a person. They have a sunken cost fallacy. If the female is spending tons of money on you and investing in you, she's not going to want to abandon her fucking investment. She's not. Because she's going to think to herself, shit, I spent so much time, so much money on this guy. I don't want to lose my investment. So she's going to stick around. But if she doesn't invest anything in you and you're the only one investing in her, she'll leave in a second, bro. She'll find another guy just like you that will pay all her bills just like you. With no risk to her. She hasn't risked anything. She has no skin in the game. He says, hello, Kai Leonard. He says, simp because you pay the bill. Did Andrew Tate teach you this for 1999? No, Rob, this part, I've always had this thought since I was a kid, even since I was a teenager. Be raising my kids. Get sex out of your mind. Even raising your kids, bro. First of all, you're both raising the kids, dude. Let's keep it a buck. Are you telling me you have no part in the raising of the kids? He says, new generation royalty, we can't be taking care of them anymore. They don't value it, dude. They're exploiting you. If it's a baby mama, totally different story, but regular relationship, I'm not paying for everything. They're exploiting you, bro. That's why I said the niggas that have the provider genes, they're getting exploited because women already caught on. They already caught on that there's a bunch of guys that will fucking pay for all their bills and for nothing in return. He says, I don't like the term 50-50 because it sounds like a dictatorship. He says, money, 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 money. Hell with money. My kids are more important. You really have money about everything issue. And I said, I don't know. Me personally, when everything is 50-50, nothing you can really fight her over. It's not just that, Kanai. It's back to what I said, bro. And maybe Rob is right. Maybe I do look at everything from I'm not going to say money perspective, but from a supply and demand perspective. I look at my whole entire life, every aspect of it as a supply and demand issue. If you are in high supply, there's going to be no demand. There's going to be no demand. If you make yourself available to this person 100%, you're completely vulnerable to this person, you supply everything they need, what demand do they have for you? You become too ubiquitous. You're everywhere. You're on top of everything. There's no room for them to miss you or to value you. You have no value. You've devalued yourself. Just like a female that gives up sex easily devalues herself, a man that gives up his money easily devalues himself automatically. Automatically. He says 50-50 works if you have the same type of salary. I think royalty, I disagree, bro. I make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times more than Bailey. I make 6 times more than Bailey, chat. And we still are going equal at the most. At the most, like I said, it's 60, 60, 40. And the extra 20% from me is food. From day one, I established this shit, chat. I'm not the kind of guy who tries to rizz up a girl with money or being fake or pretending to be something else. From day one, from the very first day I met her, I was just being myself. And every single girl I've met in the past, I was just being myself. And that's the reason why a lot of girls leave. A lot of girls that I went out in the past, dated or met up with, they left because they thought to themselves, oh, this guy's not a quick lick. This guy's not an easy lick. There was some Puerto Rican girl before I met Bailey, like I'm going to say a month before I met Bailey. I went out with her a few times and she was a baddie. We hooked up a few times and she literally said it to my face. She's like, yo, when you going to pay something for me, nigga? And her true colors came out. And she left. Now, what a simp would do, what a weak man would do, a weaker man would be like, yo, she's going to leave if I don't start paying her bills. If I don't pay her rent, she's going to leave. And they would cower in fear and they would start paying her bills for her to stick around. And let's say they do that shit. They pay her bills for a year, 2 years. She sticks around. You knock her up. Now you get married to this chick that literally only wants you because you're supplying her lifestyle. You're fucked. You are fucked. You're up shit creek. You're fucked. You're going to get a divorce within a year. Because the other problem is that most niggas that are like that, once they marry the girl, they immediately fucking switch it up. And now they do want to be like, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And it's going to backfire because you were not being yourself from the beginning. You were pretending to be someone else. You sold them a dream and you're not keeping up your end of the bargain. Like I always said, if you want to be a guy like what Rob is saying, a guy who pays their bills and does all this stuff, you can't switch it up. You're going to have to be locked in for life, bro. You're locked in for life. You can't switch it up. Because if you switch it up and you stop, the relationship is going to crumble. Because you already set a standard. You already set an expectation. And the other thing is that woman will leave you on a dime. That's what, I don't think men understand this, bro. They think I don't think niggas understand this shit. Women don't value you when you devalue yourself. Look at the Jack Doherty situation. He was crying about McKinley. Oh, I've done everything for her. I paid all her bills. You think she cares? And the other thing is when men get into a fight with women, they like to throw that shit in their face. Oh, I pay all your bills. That's not a flex. That's not a flex. When you're fighting with a woman and you tell her, I pay all your bills, in her mind, in her heart, she's laughing. She's laughing. She's laughing at you, chat.
Help me!
She's thinking to herself, damn right you paid all my bills, dumb fucking nigga. And now I'm going to leave. And it cost me nothing. I lost nothing. I had zero investment. Zero investment. Think about it this way, chat. If you open a business with somebody, and I hate to make a relationship sound like a business, but a relationship is a business. It's literally a business contract. You get into a business with somebody. You have a business partner. And you're putting in all of the money for the business. You're investing everything. And the business partner is putting in 10% of effort, 10% of the business partner is putting in 10% of the effort. If the business goes south, who do you think is going to be more invested in the business not failing? You or the person who didn't put anything into it? Let me repeat that analogy again for the people in the back who didn't hear it. If you open a business with somebody and you have a business partner and the business needs $100,000 and you put in $90,000 and that person, no, you put in $95,000 and that person puts in $5,000. Who is more invested in the business succeeding? Because I guarantee you the person who only put $5,000 into the business, they'll drop the business at a fucking dime. They'll be like, oh, this is not working. I'm going to leave. Because they have nothing to lose. They didn't invest anything. They have no skin in the game. And relationships are the same way. If you're carrying the female and you're paying all her bills and she hasn't invested anything, she has nothing to lose. Nothing to fucking lose. He says, so love means nothing? Rob, come on, bro. How many females have you dealt with? Females will say they love you one day and the next week they'll switch it up and be ice cold. Come on, man. Let's be real here, chat. If you've dealt with enough females, you know that for a fact. Loyalty over love. Exactly, Kanai. And I don't know any of you guys' like love situations, sex life, but if you've dealt with a bunch of women, you know for a fact that a woman can love you today and you do one thing and she turns her whole modus operandi against you and says, I'm done with this guy. And you'll be talking to them and they'll have that glassy look in their eyes and they've already written you off. Why? Because they're not invested. Why are they not invested? Because they don't care. Rob says, I'm a virgin. 5 years married here. Love goes a long way. I'm just keeping it a buck with you guys. I'm just keeping it a buck with you guys because I've seen it many times. And not just in my life, in many other situations with many other people. I've witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. She says, lol, if I had it my way, I would stay home. It's too damn stressful. No, you got to get to work, my love. Either that or come up with a hobby that makes money. He says, thank God I never watched Andrew Tate. I'll hate to be like this. Rob, before Andrew Tate, I thought of like this before Andrew Tate. Before Andrew Tate, I thought about this like this. Andrew Tate, look, the reason I resonated with Andrew Tate wasn't because Andrew Tate was saying stuff that I wanted to hear. Andrew Tate was saying the same shit that I had been saying for years to me and my brother. Me and my brother before Andrew Tate would have this conversation all the time. Because my brother would be a super simp. And he'd be like, you're never going to get a girl because you're so mean to girls. And I'm like, I'm mean to girls because I'm myself. I'm not going to pretend to be something else. You can ask Bailey. Bailey's in the chat. Am I not the same person I was now as when you met me? I never pretended to be anything else. I never pretended to be one of these fucking lovey-dovey guys that brings flowers to you every day and does all this crazy stuff and buys you a bunch of gifts and woos you. Never, never, ever did that. I bought 1 or 2 gifts and she's bought gifts for me. He says, lol, he's not mean to me. No, lol, no. You're nice to me. I'm nice, but I'm not a super simp. I'm just nice in the sense that I'm nice because you're nice to me back. He says, Bailey, he changed, right? Like, I see so many people, I've met so many dudes in the past that are in a relationship with a girl and the relationship's going south. And then you talk to the girl and the girl's like, oh, this guy completely changed. He used to be so nice to me in the beginning. He would buy me chocolates, flowers. He would take me out to eat every week. He would buy me clothing. He would take me shopping. And then all of a sudden he stopped. I'm not that guy. I'm just myself. I'm going to be the same way as I was when I met you. I don't pretend. I never pretended to be anything else. I never pretended to be that guy, the supplier. He says, I don't agree with his take at all. Royalty, I'm just being honest with you, bro. I mean, I'm trying to save you guys a lot of heartache. If you listen to my advice right now, it will save you a lot of fucking heartache. Because life is not a fucking Disney movie, chat. It's a cold, frigid world. He says, that girl from Wisconsin must have really broken your heart. Bro, come on. You guys always bring this fucking Wisconsin hoe up. That girl, look, that was the only time ever that I bought somebody a plane ticket. I'll give you that. Reluctantly. He says, you making it sound like every female is a huzz for a 50-50. I just think that, of course not, Royalty. I never said that. I would say the opposite. To find a girl like Bailey that's chill is actually a lot of hard work. Most women aren't 50-50 because they love exploiting men. He says, someone did because you have zero faith in love. Ay, Rob. I'm sorry, dude. I'm pragmatic and I'm being realistic here, man. He says, you imply that. Wait, I imply, royalty, you lost me. The way you wrote it, you kind of lost me. He says, you making it sound like every female is a huzz for a 50-50. I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying that I'm saying that if the girl doesn't want 50-50, she's a huh? A hoe? Because that's, look, I've said it a billion times. Women are inherently selfish. They are. They've evolved to fucking want resources to rear children. I don't understand why you niggas want to live in like this fantasy lolly-doll world, man. Like, we're animals, chat. We're literally mammals. We're literally primates. Women evolved. They have their own imperative. Their imperative is to have children. They need resources to have children. They need food. They need shelter. That's their main imperative. A female's main imperative on this planet is to get food, shelter, and resources so she can rear children. That's just the bottom line. Love is a fucking byproduct of that. Men are the ones that fucking will sacrifice themselves for the female. So I'm sorry, but I'm just being realistic and pragmatic here. Like, you guys can go through life believing this Disney fantasy of, oh, Cinderella, the fucking glass slipper or whatever the fuck. But that's not realistic, bro. Realistic is fucking two animals tearing themselves apart and eating each other. That's realistic. Realistic is every single human being looking out for their own self-interest. They might masquerade and pretend it's something else, but that's a bunch of bullshit. It's always been a bunch of bullshit. It will always be a bunch of bullshit. The truth is, you live in a cold, harsh reality. And if you want to sugarcoat it and go through life sugarcoating it, that's on you. But don't cry when it backfires on you. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Because I'd rather go in with my eyes open into a situation than go in with my eyes closed. He says, so your relationship is transactional. Gotcha. I mean, to a certain degree, every relationship is transactional, bro. What are we talking about, chat? He says, you're talking out your ass. Even when they say love, okay, let's say that your transaction, your monetary value, not monetary value, what am I trying to say? Your currency, and Rob's analogy, your currency is love. It's still transactional. It's always going to be transactional, bro. We're two separate, distinct human beings. How the fuck is it not transactional? Of course it's fucking transactional. Actually, the more I think about it, it's making me fucking angry. Of course it's fucking transactional. Everything in life is transactional. The fuck are we even talking about here, chat? Everything in life is transactional. The only thing is your currency is love. He says love has no value. That's cap. That's cap, bro. That's cap. Because if you felt like the other person wasn't giving you love back, you would cut things off. That, by definition, is transactional. You're waiting for something in return. You're not loving somebody unconditionally. That's cap. He says you can't put a price on love. Your currency is love, and you're still being transactional. Every single human being, no matter how you see it, everything that we look, our whole society, our whole perspective, our whole reality, our whole fucking subconscious works on supply and demand, which is inherently transactional. And I'll stand and I'll die by that, chat. I will stand and I'll die by that. Everything on this planet is transactional. He says, good thing I don't get brainwashed by hearing this nigga. That's feelings. Everything in this life is transactional. He says, Lamau, you need to stop. He says, what do feels cost? You're Rob, and your relationship, you're waiting for reciprocal love. If the person doesn't give you love and reciprocation, are you going to continue loving them? Are you going to continue doing stuff for them? Honest question, bro. He says, oh, do I have to pay for cuddles tomorrow? I'm just keeping it a buck with you guys. Because when you say it's not everything is transactional, man. Life is transactional, dude. Life is transactional. We're all individual, distinct human beings. We all have our own agenda. We all have our own motives. Any person who says that it's not transactional is just living in la la land. Or they're just choosing not to see it. He says, I'm not them hoes. We've been together for almost 3 years and a baby on the way. Just stop. I'm just being honest, and this is my honest opinion. She knows my opinions. Now she's trying to pretend like she don't know my opinions. He says, make her pay. He says, it depends because sometimes in a relationship, you have hard times. Remember, it's not a Disney movie. Rob, I just want to look, and I wish you all the well-being, but I would like to see how you react if the person that you're expecting to get reciprocal love from doesn't reciprocate it back to you. If you're just going to continue giving them love at a detriment to yourself. Because I'm serious, I seriously doubt that. I seriously doubt that any human being is going to just blindly give someone love when they're not receiving it. So then that just by definition makes it transactional because your transaction currency is fucking affection. Oh, if this person doesn't give me affection, I'm not going to give them affection back. That's transactional, bro. Am I not making sense? He's digging himself every time he opens his mouth. Is that not making sense? Seriously, Kanai. Let's make Kanai the voice of reason in this chat. Does that not make sense, dude? Is it not by definition transactional? Or am I delusional here? He said, how would you act? Raise the rent, charge them double that month? I would leave, Rob. If I was with a person and they weren't showing me affection back, I would fucking leave, dude. I would cut all ties with that person immediately. Maybe I'm just not a person who has strong bonds to other human beings, but that's how I see it. If I felt like things were not equal and they weren't working out for me, then that's how I've always been in my entire life. And like I said, when I met Bailey, I was myself, and Bailey knows how I am. So as long as we don't change and we're still the same way, then everything's going to continue working fine. He says, Scott, you're hurting my soul. Whatever happened to just keep being there for your kid? Bailey says, that's on him. I'm 7 months pregnant, busting my ass, paying my bills and buying stuff for our daughter. Like, Bailey is a good girl and she does all the good stuff. But if she was not a good girl, it would be a different story. I don't understand these guys that are willing to go with these guys that are willing to sacrifice everything when they're with the wrong person. I am lucky I'm with the right person, chat. I'm with the right person. But I'm with the right person for a reason. I'm with the right person because I didn't fucking try and convince them to come with me. He says, good girl, she ain't a dog gang. These niggas are trying to get me in trouble.
Help me.
All I'm saying, and it's getting late. I need to end stream. I gotta go to the gym tomorrow, chat. It's 11 o'clock. All I'm saying is that a lot of people will get with the wrong person, and then the person will do a bunch of shit to them, and then they'll still be with the person. And then they'll become resentful of the person. And when you're not in a relationship that's equal or close to equal, you are going to become resentful of the person. There's no way, you're lying if you're saying, oh, I'm going to give this person everything and I'm not going to be resentful. You are. You're going to be resentful. Because you can feel the inequality in the relationship. And I've been slacking on rent, yeah, because I'm feeling like ass and uncomfortable. Lol, I buy Octavia shit and bills. Don't make me look like I don't do nothing. All I'm saying, chat, is that you gotta be true to yourself. Now, you know what you guys you guys made me want to do? Tomorrow, we're gonna do Monkey App, right? It's Friday. We're gonna do Monkey App, and I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna do females only, and I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna do 30 minutes of females only, I'm gonna do 30 minutes of men. And I'm going to ask every single person I join in what their opinion is on this. Remind me tomorrow, Royalty. Remind me tomorrow, chat. We'll do either Omegle or Monkey, and we're going to ask every single person that joins this fucking question to see what they say. He says, he says, you've been slacking on rent. Maybe get a second job. No excuses per Scott.
Help me!
Oh my goodness. He says, please don't let this relationship affect your daughter. I want you guys to protect her always. Royalty, why do you guys are acting like something's gonna happen to us, bro? Nothing's gonna happen to us. I already said Bailey knows the real me. He's known the real me since the day we started dating. I don't plan on changing or switching up. So as long as I don't plan on changing or switching up, and she doesn't plan on changing and switching up, we're fine. We're fine. Now, if one day Bailey comes home with lip injections, fake boobs, a BBL, and she's like, you gotta pay my bills, man. You gotta be the provider now. I need my Birkin bag. Then that's the day we'll have a problem. But I don't see that. I don't foresee that day happening. As long as Bailey continues being Bailey and I continue being me, we should be A-okay. The problem is that most people fake their relationships, man. Most people fake how they are. They fake their interactions with the person they're dating. They fake it all, and then it collapses. But I've been genuine with her since day one, and I'm pretty sure she's been genuine with me since day one, so we should be A-okay. There's no reason for this not to work out. No reason whatsoever. And the takeaway of this conversation, chat, is that you just got to be yourself, man. You just got to be yourself. You got to set your boundaries and stick to them, and you'll be A-okay. He says, I agree with Rob. Someone hurt Scott so bad, he thinks he's this bad guy with a leather jacket. He says she's definitely going to put him on child support. Oh my goodness. Nobody hurt me, chat. If anything, I hurt other people. Nobody ever hurt me. I've always been the same person I am right now. No one has ever hurt me, guys. He says, don't know shit having ass. He says, James, I'm tired of your shit. Shut your whack ass up, goofy ass. Shut your whack ass up. Your whack ass, goofy ass up, damn. He says, child support, we're coming for you, Mr. Leonard. Nah, I don't see it happening. He says, someone definitely hurt him. Wisconsin changed him. Oh my goodness, dude. The Wisconsin thing, chat. First of all, I didn't even want to do it. I did it because I needed someone to come with me to that on that trip. That was the only reason I did it. No, under normal circumstances, I would have never done that. Anyways, guys, it is 11:10 and I gotta go to sleep and I need to wake up early for the gym tomorrow. And I need to call Bailey after this call because we always talk before I go to bed.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I will catch you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, I need to run some errands with Bailey. So I'm probably not gonna be able to do that morning stream. Because we gotta go to the hospital and do some errands. But I will be doing the normal afternoon stream at 6:30 p.m. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing the Monkey app and some React content and some yapping. I'm kind of disappointed tonight, chat. I'm not going to lie. I pulled up the numbers. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I pulled up the numbers and the night was not the best night. The night was not the best night. I don't know what happened. We only got 160 viewers in total. And our peak was 18. The peak isn't that bad, I'm not going to lie. But the viewer count, I don't know what happened. We didn't get a lot of viewers tonight. Really quick, chat. What do you guys think? Do you think tonight was an ass stream? Seriously. Was it ass? I struggled in the beginning of the stream, I'm not going to lie. For some reason, I just felt nervous. I did the same thing I did before where I started with the political segment. I don't think I should start with political segments. But I enjoyed talking about the Trump, Venezuela, I'm going to say incursion at this point, and the Mexican situation and the drug cartels. But did it kind of mess up the stream's energy a little bit? Maybe a tiny bit. Maybe a tiny bit. Rob Roberts says, I'll admit it. I'll have the same mindset too if a girl gave me that same way. I understand, Scott. Oh my goodness, bro. Nothing happened to me. He says, damn, James. I don't know about rest of the chat, but I like the stream, bro. Thanks, Peso. He says, yes, video sucked when I came in. What was I doing when you came in, Rob? This stream was good, especially the 50-50 joint debate. I should have had this debate, or if I had this debate when we were at 17 viewers, we would have probably hit 20 at least. But alas, you can't plan out what you're going to talk about, right? Because you want to know what I had written down on my piece of paper, chat? Before I end the stream, let me read what I had written down here. I'm just going to read it to you guys. The first thing I had was internet privacy. I said, why do people think that they are owed privacy? Did you build the website? Are you creating the content? What did you build? Nothing. So why do you think that you are owed privacy on the internet? Because you know how people are all freaking out about the fucking YouTube ID requirements? And I was like, okay, like the internet, you didn't build the internet. You're on somebody else's platform. So why do you think that you're entitled to privacy? I get it. You want privacy, but you're not entitled to privacy. You're on someone else's network. By definition, you should expect that everything you do on the internet is public. I've always seen it that way, chat. And I don't know why some people are just so fucking dense, so fucking stupid, that they don't comprehend that when you're on the internet, you should assume that everything you're doing is being watched, being recorded, being documented, being kept somewhere. And it annoys me when I hear a bunch of smooth brains complaining about internet privacy. Like, nigga, you're on someone else's fucking network. You didn't build the infrastructure. You didn't do anything. And it's very different from, okay, when you're in your house, you can have privacy. You're in the confines of your house. You live in your house. You pay to live there, and you're inside of it. But when you're in the internet, you're on someone else's network that you didn't pay for. You didn't build the website you're on. You didn't make the platform. Heck, most of y'all didn't even make the content. So why do you think that you're owed privacy? You should, the expectation should be zero privacy from the get-go. He says NordVPN. And that's why this channel is sponsored by NordVPN. Sign up today, chat. Use the Scott Leonard Leonard 5050 code. Can you imagine? Use promo code Scott Leonard. No, but seriously, I just don't understand why people think that they're owed privacy when, like, you didn't build any of the infrastructure. So you're literally using somebody else's network. Your computer is just the portal you use to access somebody else's network. And you think that you're gonna have privacy on there? That's the dumbest thing you could ever thought. Like, since I was a little tiny kid until now, I've always been under the assumption that everything I do on the internet is being documented. So I'm not afraid of anything happening because I'm already expecting zero privacy. He says, thanks VPNs exist. He says, what's worse than state prison? No VPN. Oh, what's worse, state prison or no VPN? Shoot, bro. I mean, honestly, I would say state prison. I don't even use a VPN, chat. I mean, at least not for my private shit. For work, maybe. But my point is that you can't expect to have privacy on someone else's network, man. Like, if you want to have privacy, go disconnect your computer from the internet. The other thing I had written down on this piece of paper, chat, was the war stuff. War with Venezuela. Why? Oil? Is old America back? And I kind of already went into this whole is old America back talking point, that all of these liberals, all of these people want to act like they're shocked and chagrined that America wants to attack Venezuela and attack Mexico, when in reality, that is America. The America of the 1980s, the America of the 1970s, the America of the 1960s, the America of the 1950s, that's what America did. They attacked all the countries in Central America, especially during the 1970s and 1980s. Ronald Reagan himself said it. America needs to walk around with a big stick. I think it was called the what was it called? The big stick policy. I'm looking this shit up really quick, chat. So for you to be shocked and scared, like, oh shit, America's taking advantage of the countries, it's crazy. It's literally called the big stick policy. Big stick ideology. Here. You guys think I'm making this shit up? You know, I gotta give you niggas a history lesson sometimes. The big stick ideology. Oh my god, she's calling me. I'm in the middle of the stream still. Yes, baby.
Are you almost done?
Yes, I'm almost done, my love. I'm just.
Since you're not reading the fucking chat.
I'm not reading the chat because I'm talking and they're just saying a bunch of stuff. I'll call you when I'm. Damn, she hung up on me, chat. She hung up on me. What the fuck? Is why do you say that shit? Never mind. Never fucking mind. Wait, what is she talking about? Bro, what the fuck would you say that? Who said what? Oh, the VPN shit? He says, are you on a private server? He says, Trump has a big announcement at noon tomorrow, by the way. He'll forget all this by tomorrow. What I was saying, chat, is the big stick ideology. Big stick ideology, big stick diplomacy, big stick philosophy, or big stick policy was a political approach used by the 26th president of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. The terms are derived from an aphorism, which Roosevelt often said, speak softly and carry a big stick will get you very far. You know what? Tomorrow we'll get into this, chat, because if I start talking about it tonight, we're not going to end stream. And it's already 11:19. So anyways, I wanted to talk about American policy and how America has always been this way. And niggas are acting like we're doing something different when in reality, we've always been a country that has been trying to dominate the countries around us. And the last thing I wanted to talk about tonight was keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. Sometimes we tend to overcomplicate things. And when you overcomplicate things, it always backfires. So even myself, I need to keep the stream simple and just, you know, lock in. But anyways, guys, I'm going to wrap the stream up. Let me drop the sound on you guys one more time because I talked too much after it.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm going to go to bed and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
And with that being said, guys, it's your boy Scott Leonard, your favorite streamer's favorite motherfucking streamer. The biggest hater, the biggest pocket watcher, the Black Asmongold. The voice and news outlet for the chronically unemployed. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure you smash that like button before you leave. Make sure you share the content. Feel free to clip. Turn on notifications and subscribe. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Everybody stay safe. Peace. I'm out.